library. You feel what I'm saying? Because ADOS, man, we're public enemy number one, and we the hottest thing going out here. You feel me? Um, I'm I really don't go with the term ADOS as much. I don't agree with tying identity directly to slavery, but for the sake of making things more simple, um, the term ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves, um, we, for the most part, in North America, those who are uh, who are foundational Black Americans, however you want to put it, who have been here for hundreds of years, for the most part, and also even I'm also going to even include the Caribbean in this live tonight too. Those the Caribbean, all of those who have been victims of being sold into the Atlantic slave trade. Um, you know, the thing is, we globally, we are owed, and I know that people can make all kind of arguments about the fact that we came to this country and it's all kind of arguments that can be made about like where we are now as a people, or is it fair for other groups of people to be left out in reparations arguments and things of that nature. But they didn't suffer the things that we suffered. They didn't go through the disinheritance that took place for hundreds of years, where our white counterparts in these countries have received free labor. So much so to the point where I will even I w- we you could even contribute to space exploration, touching down on the moon and everything like that. Whether you want to believe it or not, was responsible. It was in part due to the fact that the United States government and other governments in this Western Hemisphere received so much free income and so much free leisure time in order to it's so much so to the point where was even able to like develop things like the Manhattan Project, nukes, and get scientists from all over the world because they had so much amassed wealth due to the fact that we not only created the infrastructure for this country, but we also provided free labor for hundreds of years for this country in order to do the great things that it did. And I would even go as far as just even the Industrial Revolution would not have been such a success if it wasn't for the prior industry, which was slavery. Big cotton in this country. So we could talk about that. We haven't even went into the civil rights argument yet, or even the rights for human rights, the fight for human rights, the fight for our freedom in this country, which inspired other groups marginalized across the globe to use strategies that we used in order to help their causes globally. And I know lately there's been talk about there's xenophobia on both sides or whatever. Supposedly, us African Americans, we have a lot of hatred and vitriol for Africans and vice versa. Um, I'm going to speak for myself and say that really have no. I don't wake up in the morning thinking about hating an African in any part of the continent. You know, when I see people suffering in that part of the world, I see parts of myself suffering. You know, I do feel a sense of brotherly and sisterly love, even in my own waking life. I have friends from multiple parts of Africa. Um, this past week, I made friends with a woman that's a Zulu. You know what I'm saying? So, via Facebook, just talking. You know what I mean? So I'm open to dialogue and open to talking to our people, but we must address the xenophobia and the things that hold like the type of ignorance that hold us back as a group of people globally. When we just even talk about Africa and the Americas and whatnot, we've got to talk about the fact that there's a lot of just ignorance on both sides. But at the end of the day, when we do look at it, you know, we as African Americans or Americans, descendants of slaves in the Western Hemisphere, and that includes all the way going on down to Brazil, all over the Western Hemisphere. You know, we are owed by even these African countries who have wronged us too, um, who have denied of who have denied us of our freedom. Most of us that were sold, we were kidnapped. We were kidnapped, and it wasn't like, okay, we was already slaves. That's the narrative that used to run with. But no, there was kidnappings, there was mass kidnappings that was taking place. You know what I mean? There was prisoners of war that was stolen, and there were some legitimate slaves that came. But you know, nevertheless, these people and our people were denied of every form of human right, um, for this process of the American experiment to even take place at all. And then after they were freed, they went through the worst forms of segregation, Jim Crow, that it could even make apartheid, look better than what it did in the 90s and the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like, even written into law, or not even written into law, but it was a philosophy, Plessy versus Ferguson in 1898, that created the Jim Crow era that lasted, really it lasts to up until this day, if you ask me. But up until the time that we actually did get civil rights legislations to actually make that practice illegal in all 50 states. Um, and so we went through these traumas in this country, and we have yet to receive any form of reparations. And now I know there's an argument amongst even the most proud African Americans that will say that we should just move forward. Some of us have become millionaires. Some of us have done very well for ourselves. Some of us have joined some certain organizations, have joined the military, have joined, all kind of organizations and things of that nature. And you have done very well for yourself. But globally, you will not be respected until you get what's rightfully yours. Someone stole your parents, your forefathers' legacy. These insurance companies, you know, these banks, the U.S. government itself has on document the states in general through eminent domain, making these highways, what I'm saying, that go directly through large sections of property that was owned by freed slaves during that time, especially during the early part of the 20th century. They took a lot of land through eminent domain from our people. All of these tactics, they burnt us out. You know, they've done these things. These things were government sponsored forms of terrorism and economic terrorism that we have inherited, that disinheritance that the government has designed for us. Like, even when my father died, personally, I just say this for a personal matter, right? My father died. There was some kind of there was my father was doing things, but with the shaking of a hand. The landlord lied and said my father owed him $27,000, right? Which was a lie. But we went through this whole thing. So he had this huge storage of all these different type of mechanics, cars, and all that kind of stuff. So it took about a year, but it took within that year's time, even my lawyer seemed like he wanted to give up. But because I persevered and I actually fought to get everything my father had back, the men that were around my father's age respected me and respect me to this very day, due to the fact that I did everything I could to get my father's property back. And we should do the same as those who are descendants of slaves, whether we are from here, the Caribbean, South America, Central America, all parts of the Americas, all victims of this. And even the lands that we were disinherited from, the gold, the mineral rights. Right now we don't have the right, like all other people on this planet, to draw from natural resources in order to create wealth. We are totally dependent upon a society that has put us in, who have labeled us as third class citizens. Like even the second class citizens, like the immigrants come here, they get all kinds of benefits. They get, like a bit Ty, you were saying that a bit Ty, you there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Yeah.
What up, y'all? Hey, Saida. Peace Hood Therapy. Yeah, so to what you're gonna ask me about,
Mhm.
when refugees get asylum here, they're given a stipend of $600 a month, and
Mhm.
even in the child welfare system, when Latinx families enter the system, the guardian, the parent who's undocumented, gets um, food stamps and they get temporary cash assistance. But a working mama or father, single parent, just because they have a job and depending on, like, they could be like just above federal poverty wage, but like don't make enough to make enough,
Mhm.
they cannot get temporary cash assistance because they have a job. But you got undocumented people getting temporary cash assistance, sending that money back to their country
Yeah,
because
because
dollar does better. And so they're
mhm.
building up their country. And these are people that came here voluntarily.
And
So
yeah,
yeah, there's
yeah,
that.
and even that, you got it where, with all these particular government programs that supposed to help poor people. It seems as if it goes out its way to try through the legislation to exclude us, from really benefiting from programs that actually can give us a leg up in order to help us as a collective, as uh, American descendants of slaves, ADOS for African Americans, in particular.
Hmm.
A immigrant gets more help from the government than an African American who has been robbed by the government.
Hmm.
And the thing is, I think that we have to start. I think we have to start really changing the language when it comes down to when we start talking about reparations. No, they stole you know what I'm saying? They stole our shit.
Oh,
When you
absolutely.
start talking about, like I remember like it was Tupac, and he said, but like my nigga Idi said, somebody gotta explain why I ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gotta explain why like I wake up and I don't have hotels and banks and think my family been here for almost 500 years and I don't have no stocks. I
Hmm.
don't have no I have if any, like the generation wealth is probably like in my family is only like 3 generations.
Oh, you
And that's
breaking up?
incredible. Oh, can you hear me
Mm.
now? Am I still barking?
Mm.
Yeah, so like the generational wealth within my
Yeah.
family is only like three generations, right?
Okay.
So, and that's incredible.
Given the amount of
That's
time
an
we've been
incredible.
here.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say for even me to have something like, okay, we got a property that my grandfather owned. You know what I mean? That I'll be part owner with maybe my brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
and that's incredible. But when you go beyond just myself and you start looking at the average Black American, what I'm saying, that has ancestors in the soil, living in apartments, single mothers. What I'm saying? There's very little generational wealth being passed down. There's some life insurance being got, but like what can actually save a lot of money if you actually have a house or apartment buildings or things of that nature. And when we look at our white counterparts who have been here for 400 years or whatnot, like you look at someone like Alex Jones, you know, his great grandfather fought in the Texas Mexican War or something like that, I think it was. But the Mexican American War, and he owns, his family owns ranches, big huge plots of land in Texas. You know what I mean? And a lot of
Yeah,
times
well,
these, yeah.
but a lot of that is too, so we were promised 40 acres and a mule. Some of us got it, some of us didn't, and those of us that got it, we were terrorized off those lands,
Hmm.
lynchings and so forth. So then you have the Great Migration North, right?
Yeah.
But then also families like Alex Jones is they so of course if we're leaving our land behind, it's easier for them to come in and take it back. But when they were given those land allotments, um, those folks were like masquerading as what they call the $5 Indian. So they were getting all this land back. The Homestead Act, that's what it was. It was the Homestead Act. So some of that wealth goes back to the Homestead Act, and their families are still living off of that today.
Yeah. Miles, square miles upon square miles of just
Yeah,
land,
yeah.
you know.
Can I just say something? So,
Okay, you got it. Do your thing.
so for me, um, I entered this discussion before it was called ADOS, right?
Hmm.
Like I came in, one of my mentors put me on to this professor. Her name is Professor Vanelia Randall, and she coined the term Deus, which was descendants of enslaved Africans in the US. And it was just something about having that as a term for me that just my heart was like, oh my God, this makes so much sense, right? Um, and before that point, though, I had never really thought about disaggregating myself from the general black population. I don't care where you from, you black, you black. That was
Hmm.
my that was how we grew up, right? Like everybody
Yeah.
was like, you lived in the hood, you yeah, you Jamaican, but you black. You Haitian, but you black. Like it wasn't we didn't have this separatist thing. Black Americans didn't really other themselves the way other groups other themselves from us. I didn't have the understanding or the knowing that there were narratives put out about who we were as a people that made those families decide to disaggregate from us. I mean, even to the point now, Jamaicans are advocating that on the census that there be a special designation for them, right?
Wow.
Like instead of saying Africa, oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
they're taking it there.
Yeah.
But but as I'm a little older now and I'm looking back, they've always sort of distanced themselves from us. So, for me, who I started out on this thing as a Pan-Africanist, getting involved with just like Black power politics, all of that, right? Searching for the
Yeah.
truth. I never
Hmm.
saw myself as different from any other Black person. I don't care where they came from, whether it's the continent or the Caribbean. And I'm going to even go ahead and throw Latinx people in there because, I lived around them a long time. Went to high school with them, elementary school with some of them. I lived in the Bronx, so New York, it was like a huge melting pot. Everybody was black. That's how
Hmm.
when you hear Fat Joe be like, "I'm a nigga," or he'll say the N word because he grew up in the Bronx. Everybody like we just that was a mistake on our part for allowing that to happen. But when you see it, you're like, yeah, we did that. We we embraced everybody because we saw like okay, so you're living in the hood with us, you don't see it, but you're an underdog. These white folks gonna treat you like shit. You may
Hmm.
look like them, but you don't have the language, and you know what I mean, like you still at a disadvantage. You one of us. So we took everybody under our wing. um we really just advocated for anyone experiencing any kind of oppression. And now that I'm older, I'm starting to see how that hasn't really served us. Don't
No, it
hate other
hasn't.
groups of people, but it hasn't really served us. It hasn't served us to, especially now when we're looking at this term people of color and how, like, it's white folks and then there's people of color. I mean, all of our voices are under this one moniker, right? So how does that help the descendant of the institution of enslavement? I don't know how that does. So I'm going to go back to Deus. That was the first time I heard, oh, wow, there's a special designation for us. And Professor Randall was advocating for
All right, I'm on this
Black
restream.
Hold on.
Americans to be a protected class because we're becoming extinct.
Oh, we're getting troll.
Ah,
Hold
okay.
on. What's going
Uh,
on?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm out here patrolling the streets, seeing if everyone's having a nice Martin Luther King Day. Nothing bad is going on. I'm just gonna stand right here.
Okay, you could do that in the chat there.
So,
Okay, is it us now, or are we back to?
Hold on. Let me see what they want to talk about. What's going on with you?
What's good? What y'all up to?
Well, you see the title. You ADOS or something? What's going on with you?
I'm just trying to listen to y'all.
Okay, you can listen in the
Okay.
chat then.
What's your name?
C-Man 420.
C-Man 420. What, okay, so you're drawn to this conversation. You got something you want to add?
No, I don't want to add anything.
Okay, well, yeah, just holler at us in the chat then.
You know you're doing something right, right? But go ahead.
Right. So,
Hey, if hold up, just one. You guys gotta learn how to troll a lot better too. Like shit. Hey, he got another.
Saida says she can't see me up here. If
Oh,
you can hear me, it's all good. I don't
no,
know.
no, no. Hold up. We getting bombed with some. I guess we got some little group or whatever of nerds.
Mm.
What's going on with you? How you doing? What's going on
Yo,
with you?
what's
What's
up?
your Terrence? You don't look like
How
a
you
Terrence
doing?
though.
I
Yeah,
don't
well,
look like Terrence? Why?
you don't look like a Terrence, man.
What do I look like?
I don't know. You kind of look like a Hindu or some shit.
Hindu?
Yeah.
What, you can't be Hindu and named Terrence?
No, I never met a Hindu named Terrence.
Maybe you just haven't met enough Hindu people then, man. I'm sure there's plenty of
Man,
Hindu
I met a
Terrences.
lot of. I'm from the hood. Shit, what you talking about?
There's no
Hey, you
Hindu people
fucking.
in the hood. What are you talking
What you
about?
talking about?
There's
Shit,
like
well,
three
you
or
ain't know.
four that run the gas stations, but there's no Hindus
Yeah.
in the
Okay. Well, then Habib cool with me.
hood. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what we call him Habib. Shit. You know what I mean? So like,
Habib.
yeah. So, what you got to add to this conversation? You just coming up here, just like hanging out with your white friends and some shit. I
I'm
guess
just
y'all
saying
got done
hi.
playing video games or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well, shit, my gaming system better than all y'all shits.
Oh shit, man. That's rough.
Man, come
Hey,
on,
it
we
was
gotta learn
good
how to
talking
troll
to
a
you.
little better, man. Like,
I'm not
goddamn, let me see.
trolling you. I'm just saying hello.
Okay, well, I don't see this shit reflected in my chat right now. You need
Okay, I don't know what that means.
you need to go and actually get my numbers up, right? You know what I mean?
What do you mean? I'm not
Like
your
shit, help
promoter. I'm
out.
not marketing
Make sure
for
you
you.
make sure you subscribe. If you ain't doing that shit, well, what you doing on the panel then?
I
Fuck you
don't
doing?
know, man. I'm just hanging out.
All right, I'm gonna see what Joshua had to say because you boring, bro.
All right.
You boring, man.
You're welcome.
Shit. Yeah. All right.
Hmm.
Can you guys hear me?
Joshua, what's going? Yeah, what's going on with you, Joshua? How you doing?
Hey man, I'm good. I just wanted to ask for some advice. I've been watching you for a while. To be honest, this is like my spam account, but I fuck with you heavy. I love your vids. Can I ask you for some advice though? There's some shit that's really been like on my mind and kind of convicting me.
What's up?
Um, okay, so recently I went to Chuck E. Cheese for my little cousin's birthday party,
Okay, so you're a
and you know
pedophile
the
then.
Chuck E.
All right. Okay,
Cheese.
okay. We see what's going on with that shit. Okay.
You know what? I think he need to come back when we do the
No, we
advice
ain't finna hear
panel.
nothing about no goddamn Chuck E. Cheese and shit.
No, when we do the
No.
advice panel, this ain't that though. It's clearly is that. You see how these motherfuckers hate on MLK? Like
Yeah.
they still mad. They still mad. It's been 50
Yeah.
years. They
Now I
mad.
done met my first time meeting a Hindu named Terrence.
Yeah,
You know
he
what I
know
mean?
better than that.
Yeah.
He know better than
Fuck
that.
is that shit? But anyway, a bit tired, Professor bit tired. That's what happens.
Yes, yeah, it's all good. So I'm gonna get back to it. These names though, right? So it was Deus, and then Yvette Carnell was saying descendants of slavery. They were kind of having a conversation about it, and then ADOS hit, and I was like, it ain't 100%, but I'm a rock with it, right? The woman I work for, she coined the term decals, which is a little more politically correct as to what happened to us, descendants of captive and enslaved Africans in the U.S. So I rock with that. I rock
Mhm.
with, I don't really want to get all bent out of shape about the term, whether it's right, because I think it's just a place that'll keep us stuck. It'll keep us
Mhm.
from being able to move forward with the real issues. I think, it's going to be a term that evolves over time because you see it. You got FBA.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's different. I mean, I even change it up sometimes. I don't always say ADOS.
Yeah. And I just want to say one thing about, what we just saw here. Like all the ignorance I done did, what I mean, on this channel, you know what I mean? And then when we start getting to start talking about serious conversations that have real impacts on our real lives, you know what I mean? We're not talking about beefing. We have white supremacists literally show up to the channel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hmm.
So,
So, the devil
'cause
busy.
yeah.
He's
And they
busy.
even bring in Terrence, the Hindu. God damn. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go tell Habib on
And
his
whoever,
motherfucking ass.
what did
Like
he
Habib,
say?
me and
They don't live
Habib
in the
cool.
hood.
Like I fucks with Habib, but
Hmm.
I'm actually show Habib his cousin up here. What I'm saying, hang around white supremacists and shit. You know, but yeah, so like this is a very important, and like I said, like even the caption said that we are owed a check, and that's absolutely right. You know what I mean? And I think even these guys that popped up for whatever reason, you know, they came because they understand, yes, you owe, you know what I mean? And eventually one day you will pay, you will pay out. If you don't pay out, your descendants will pay out, you know, or you just won't have a country. And that's not saying that I'm threatening, like making any kind of terrorist threats and anything against the government or whatever. But the thing is, I do recognize that terrorism has happened to my people, and the
Hmm.
fact that because of that, I need redress. I need to get my
Absolutely.
shit back. You know what I mean?
Amen.
And so it's really just as simple as that. You know what I mean? And like I said, because the thing is, you guys really don't know me. You guys say he been following me for a while. Like, thing is, I'm with the shits. You feel me?
Oh yeah,
So
all day. Let's you talk. Pop your
yeah,
shit in the chat. I mean,
yeah, I'm with the shit. So,
let's go.
hey, if one of you actually have an intellectual rebuttal to what the fuck I'm saying or what a bit saying, I mean, come.
Honestly, nah, fuck them niggas. I'm not
But
going back and forth with no niggas about what my ancestors deserve. Like they can feel however the
yeah,
fuck they feel. They take that shit to the argument league. Right here, right
yeah,
now, though. Fuck them.
yeah.
Don't I mean like I can't. We can't even give them
But
just talk
but
your
even
shit in
see
the
the
chat.
thing is, see we got to deal with white supremacists. You know what I mean? They
all
coming
the
to the
fucking
chat.
time. But I'm not see.
Yeah.
This is one of the conversations I was having earlier. I feel like we
Hmm.
spend time having to convince people. I'm not fucking
Oh no,
convincing
I'm not. I'm
nobody.
not trying to convince.
No,
I'm
that's
not
what I'm
trying to
saying.
convince.
Like
I just want to see what the fuck. I
I'm
just
not
want to
even
see what they got to
welcoming the
say. If
questions
there
because honestly,
is there even any form of proper argument to be had for us
ain't
not to be
none.
receive our
I'm
shit?
just saying from where I
Yeah.
sit, ain't none. So I don't
Yeah.
really give a damn about how they feeling and if they
Yeah.
get mad and or they can go on and do that and do a video to combat this one, do whatever the fuck you got to do. I'm just
Yeah.
saying I'm here to represent my people in what we've done for this country. I'm gonna speak about it. You understand? Like
Hmm.
so when these terms came up and black American folks started embracing them, we got a lot of pushback from other groups. But they want to say we're xenophobic. We got a
Yeah.
lot of pushback from people that look like us. They mad as hell right now because we're like, nah, bro. We
Yeah.
built this motherfucker. And we did.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we absolutely what are we disputing? There's no dispute. There's records upon records upon records of that.
The railroad. Just the
Mhm.
railroad alone.
A lot of
You
these
know.
institutions, the White
Yeah.
House, let's not get this
You
shit
couldn't have
fucked
had
up.
West. We couldn't have Western expansion without the railroads being made. And
Right.
they try. Sometimes they try to give that just to the Asians alone, but no, John Henry was. You know
You
what I'm
better
saying?
talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, he
We,
bust through
we
that
got.
mountain, that West Virginia mountain
Yeah.
faster than that steam train. He knew. I mean, come on. And,
Yeah.
and we got folklore in that. So our history is deep here. The bones are buried here. The blood is in the ground and it has been shed. Our people were sacrificed. And we are here continuing the conversation because what Martin Luther King was going to start getting into, and he touched on it a little bit because he said we're coming for that check, right? Was reparations.
Hmm.
So this is just a continuation of his legacy. We just here to do our part as it relates to that. But I want to say for me, I'm not going to be including other groups in this reparations claim. Those people that were here, um, those other black folks that were here before 65, absolutely they do get, and that's easy. That should be easy for them to prove.
Hmm.
But I'm more interested in being more self interested. And so and that's something I had to really shit. When I found out Pan Africanism was dead, bruh, that hurt my
Yeah.
soul. I swear to God. It hurt my soul. But in all honesty, when you look at the continent, they go by tribes. I mean, we did the same shit here. We did it in the diaspora too. That's why when other groups come here, they be waving their flag. You understand? They Trinidadian, they Jamaican, they Haitian, they this, that, and the third. And we ain't never had no qualms with that. Shit, we was out there with them in Brooklyn for the Caribbean Day Parade every year, faithfully. Like, yes,
Shit, in
we all
Florida, they had what they
celebrating.
call Goombay. You know.
Right. So, and
Yeah.
you've been out there
Yeah.
celebrating. I
Yeah.
mean, so yeah, we stayed supporting other groups of people. Yeah, we had the childhood bullshit. We was name calling, but it was name calling, and everybody got it. Black Americans did it to each other. No
Hmm.
one was left untouched with that. That internalized oppression piece, like that's some of the conversations I'm hoping we're able to get to. As people mature through this, like a lot of folks are still hurt. Y'all called us African booty scratcher. Won't wumpty do. Okay, well shit. I got my lips are huge, right? And so I
Yeah.
got called big lips coming up. My brother's dark skin, people made fun of and this is just us, but that was that internalized oppression being acted out. So yeah, once you get past like the childhood shit, let's really deal with. So why are you othering yourself again? What narrative did you believe that you still believe to this day? We need to talk about that. The end, you know, other groups have a place that they can technically go back to, right? It's why
Yes.
they come here. It's why they come here. They send money back to the countries they come from all the time. And when they retire, they go back there. We don't have no place to go back to. I mentioned this before on another channel. When we talk about chattel slavery, we were owned. Other people owned us.
Exactly.
And right? And that was a
Yeah.
system that wasn't practiced. It wasn't practiced in other places. So when we say we were stripped of everything, we were stripped of our culture, our religion. They took our instruments away from us. And so when you look at what Black Americans had to do, even with what we did with Christianity, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
once that whole piece started shift, like when we were allowed to go to church and start getting that information, even what we did with that was miraculous. And so I'm at a place in my life now where I'm looking back. At one point, I used to liquor crack. um, at one point, I used to shit on. I used to, let me say this, skip over my more recent ancestors for the older ones on the continent. And I'm realizing how much of a mistake that's been because I didn't do enough to honor the freedom fighters in my more recent line.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do enough to like big them up, right? We need to honor all of those that came before us on this land here. 500
Exactly.
years is a long time. And we ain't really got no business skipping over all of what they went through, all of what they fought for. I know people are caught up on the word slave and slavery. I'm going to tell you this though. Like, we should never be ashamed of what happened to us. We should never be ashamed of what happened to us
At
because it
all.
also, at all, like our people went through something and it started on the continent. And so everybody has
Hold
to
on,
pay for that.
someone knocking on the door. Hold on.
All right.
Baker, who are you?
In Chuck E. Cheese. Who are you?
Okay,
Why'd you
you're a
kick me
rapist
off? I was asking for advice and you just kicked me off. You want me to hurt you? In Chuck E.
because you was
Cheese?
changing the
You want a Chuck E.
you was
Cheese
changing
weekly?
my show topic. That's why. You were changing
No,
my
no,
show
no, no.
topic.
You
That's
because I'm
why.
black. No, you hate black people, and I'm not gonna stand for it.
Whatever.
Asshole.
I never met a black
Can I
man
ask for
named
advice?
Baker. No, I don't want. I'm not giving you
What?
advice. Sit in the crowd. You got to earn your way to get up in here, boy. Okay. Pay me my motherfucking.
Gonna earn
Pay
these
me
kids,
my
boy.
goddamn respirations, boy. That's what you do.
Let me kiss you, boy.
Hey, no,
Oh,
get your ass
man.
out in that goddamn field, boy, and get my reparations, boy.
Man,
That's
you're
what you
named
do.
Ain't
after a
got nothing else
transformer.
to
Get
do.
your ass on
You
out of
shut
here,
your
boy.
ass up, boy.
Man, I'm a
Don't you
kid.
dare sass me, boy. Don't you dare sass me, boy. Like get your ass
No, just
that goddamn
Don't
field,
you sass me.
motherfucker.
He said, don't you sass me.
I-
Mhm. It's interesting.
yeah, well, get out there
After
in the
all the
fields and get
bullshit
my
we had going
reparations.
on over here, look, after all the bullshit we had going on, ain't nobody come up during none of that. But we start talking about this, and like you said earlier, here we go.
Yeah.
Lead
So.
them, leave them in the back, B.
Oh yeah. He ain't coming back up. They just distracted.
Hmm.
Yeah. So like you were saying, before, the riffraff came up talking about rape, and he was raping somebody in Chuck E. Cheese. See, that's the kind of people that we've been subjugated by. Um, but go ahead.
Oh yeah. Now I'm trying to remember what I was
Oh, you're talking about
saying.
500. You were skipping over 500 years of our
Oh
own
yeah,
history
like
here,
we just skipping
mhm.
over, disregarding the struggle, the fight. For some, I mean, honestly, like a lot of this shit these niggas be talking about is make believe to me. It's like we had
Mhm.
like actual tangible things that we did here, and we going. You want to talk to me about the great kings and queens of the continent? when them motherfuckers sold us, I can't. Like I'm just, you
Yeah.
know, yeah. It's like what the weird. Like that's a sickness. That's actually
Hmm.
a sickness. That's a sickness. And so for people to, be ashamed of what happened to us, and I kind of I wrestle with that. I do. I go back and forth because um I feel like I wasted a lot of time in those consciousness spaces exploring
Hmm.
that bullshit. I could have been doing more for my people here.
Hey, if y'all gonna be up here asking questions in the chat, you need to subscribe. I don't mind you white supremacists listening in. You need to because you're gonna be paying. So, but I need you to subscribe. You know what I mean? And if you want to know, it was Solomon the Black Man. You know, what was that book we was listening to last? The Book of Lamentations. The Hebrew
Hmm.
Israelite said our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. That's in the
Mm.
okay. So you just go to your own King James Bible 1611 and say they were black like an oven. All right. So if you want to go into all that, and also, well, I'm not gonna give you
And
guys the
wasn't
time.
Solomon a black man? I mean, isn't he
Yeah, he
described
was a
as one?
yeah. We just got some trolls in
Oh,
there,
an
man.
African? Let's just, let's go ahead and say
You know.
that. He was African. He
Yeah.
was.
But we skip over, like you said, we skip over a lot of history,
We
and even
do.
myself, like these white supremacists that came up tonight, right? I dare any one of them can prove they got more patriotic history in this country than me. My grandfather, John Tony, fought in the Revolutionary War for this country, literally. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Like,
mm,
it's organizations I can join because of my grandfather being part of the
of the
American
revolution.
Revolution.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and the thing is, you just think that your history in America, because you are of African descent in America, just ties just slavery alone. No, we was part of a lot of inventions. Matter
Hmm.
of fact, the house that one of the houses, what my grandmother's house. You know what I'm saying? Both of them are recently deceased, but they're the home that we still have in the family to this day. The man that sold it to my grandfather at the time in the 30s, he was the black man that invented the tractor trailer.
Mm.
So, you know what I mean? So even a tractor trailer itself, like every time you
Right.
see a big truck on the
Come on,
road,
them
that's a
John
black man.
Deere's.
No,
Wait.
I'm talking about the tractor trailer you see on the road, Publix or Pepsi or Coca-Cola on the back, the
Them
semi
joints.
trucks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
the first
Hmm.
those were that concept came from a black man here in Florida, South
Yeah.
Florida. So, these type of things, like just the American experience, the global, like even how we've our small group of people have affected our the global world. You know what I mean? With just
Hmm.
us, so what's so-called ADOS, the things that we did, the music, like the other, like when we was me and you was talking about, um, even rock and roll itself, like even that death metal that these guys probably listen to, it
Hmm.
what I'm saying, it came from
Jazz. I mean,
yeah, it
we've.
was inspired by the first rock and roller, was what Chuck Berry, am I correct? You know,
Mhm.
so country music, jazz, all that, and just like even the other night we was talking and just going back and revisiting some of the music that come from my people, like jazz, and listen to John Coltrane, A Love
Mhm.
for Real. That album, is just like it does something to your soul and your spirit as an African American from here who
Mhm.
have connections here. It's a beautiful thing. So sometimes I think even but even when you look at the conscious community, let's just even talk about that.
Mhm.
I I think myself, I've got like yourself, like a lot of people don't really know your background well as I do, and I'm not gonna tell them everything, right? But you've been to the mountaintop in the conscious community, and you know what I mean. And I ain't gonna tell them and everything, but you've been in the
Nah, they
mountaintop.
don't need to. They don't. I mean, y'all can
But I'm just
ask me,
saying.
but
So you've seen
mainly
everything. You pretty much have
important.
been in all kind of type of.
I've been in a lot of different situations in the community. Yes.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
when you get there, and even myself, like I've studied and I've listened. I've heard some of the best people teach and everything like that. And then I think where we met was on the fact that we both realized how great of a people that we come from,
Hmm.
and having that appreciation, and even start to look at what was in the black church, what was left
Right.
there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
What
And
is
there's
the
so much
impact?
gold. There's so much
Hmm.
gold. My
Yeah,
God. Yeah. That's
yeah,
another
yeah. And that way
conversation.
influences of slavery and slave master influences, of course. But
Hmm.
even in some of those songs that were sung on plantations, the how they coded it,
Right.
um, even
Listen,
the
we
rhythms
was.
like no, let me just say this, but even the rhythms that they used to even build the railroad,
Hmm.
the modern industry wouldn't even be possible in America if it
That's
wasn't for
facts.
like the singing of former slaves, just to
That's
even
facts.
be able to align those rails together. When
Hmm.
it would be what they call Gatlin dancers, you know what I'm saying, or they would actually, they had to time every time they moved the rail, so it had to be with perfect timing, and because of the singing and everything like that, you know,
Hmm.
it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful culture that we have, but it has been impacted by slavery. You know,
Hmm.
what about though?
Hmm. Yeah, I was just gonna say, we were practicing that new world, that new age spirituality. We had to really create a whole other system because we were separated. That's part of
Hmm.
chattel slavery. They don't really want to talk about. You could be sold down the road or down state or to a whole nother state, or even, I think they were sending folks to the Caribbean as punishment. But we were separated from our own tribes, so to create confusion,
Hmm.
we lost our original tongue. And so we had to create, right? We had to create from what we were given. We had to pull out of that nothingness and create and envision freedom for ourselves. That's that law of attraction shit that everybody was jumping off on in the 2000s, right? The
Yeah,
early 2000s, everybody getting off
Oprah
of that.
Winfrey and
Yeah,
all
and our
that.
ancestors,
Yeah.
like, come on, that was like the ultimate right there. That was the ultimate, you
Hmm.
know, to see themselves in a people that, I mean, if we honest, well, I know you probably feel differently. But like on the surface, it wouldn't seem to have anything to do with us. And
Hmm.
we created something from that. And that was religious our religious institution, our political institution. I mean, the black church was the backbone of everything for it was everything for us here. That's what we learned how to. I mean, that the first schools were created by black churches. The black church. We had to provide those sorts of tools because we didn't have them, right? And
Hmm.
so, you know, we learned how to read. First thing we learned how to read was the Bible. That we took the Bible and created spiritual songs from them. That one aided us that we used for code when we were escaping and going for freedom, but also spiritually, when we need to. That's a different conversation. But I think we need to do a better job at honoring those people that went through that died going through that, fighting for that. You know,
Hmm.
um, yeah, we gotta lift them up more because we were brought in to North America in the smallest numbers, but our fight for freedom, as you were saying earlier, inspired the world, you know?
Hmm.
And there are things that when we look at other groups that want to come here to make it, they could take a page from our book and really turn up in their own countries. But for whatever reason, they're not doing that. But we're less than them when they get here. But they haven't put up the fight in their country like we have here. And they don't understand that part of the reason they're even here is to sort of replace us. They're falling for the bullshit. They're falling for the narrative that we're lazy, that we don't want to do better for ourselves, that we're welfare queens and kings and all of this, that, and the third. Um, when in honesty, like they wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for what our people did. If it wasn't for their freedom struggle, they couldn't be here at all.
Exactly. And also, when they get here, right? You know what I'm saying? One of these African people of African descent, even like Terrence that came up on the panel earlier, you know what I mean? Like we was talking about
Mhm.
Kamala's people, right?
Mhm.
Um, you know, they'll come here, and then the thing is they'll play both sides of the fence, and then they'll just say that they're culturally they're, they could be almost anything they want to be. And sometimes when they even come to the states, there may be some kind of like a treaty, or they may be like some kind of like refugee, and they're getting refugee money for being a refugee in the states.
Mhm.
And then
Yeah.
they also will go and apply for the United Negro College Fund, and
Oh
get
yeah.
scholarships from people like Bill Cosby and
Mhm.
Oprah and Beyonce, and even our own people who do set up scholarships. I was a beneficiary of Dr. Cosby's benevolence. You know what I'm saying? Like him, giving out scholarships when I went to Bethune,
Mhm.
and he built the business department at Bethune Cookman University. I think that was built like maybe in '99. But he helped build. I think he also helped build the dorm New Bronson at the time. So he gave money for a dormitory. He gave up to $8 million for, what I'm saying, to for the college or whatever, right? And during that time, it was mainly ADUS, but we did have a huge population of Caribbean and Africans, you know what I'm saying,
Mhm.
that were, you know, at the school or whatnot. And there's no, like, I don't, like I said, never had a problem with, other people partaking in our success. But I think what's happening is like in this modern era, you're seeing more of those benefits go towards people who haven't suffered the plight of slavery in this
Absolutely.
country.
Mhm.
And
And they're
even
also no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, 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 even when they haven't suffered the plight of slavery. And the thing is, like some of these people that are coming here, I think he sent me that TikTok meme where the girl was claiming to be a poor Nigerian girl, and like she comes from a royal family in Nigeria.
Uh-huh.
You know, I got friends over there that's they living nice. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like living nice. Some of them are living
Yeah.
nice over there,
Well, some of
real
them are
nice.
also still living off of the spoils of enslavement.
Mhm.
Some of them are. I
Yeah,
mean, we know
no,
they got
it's
oil
no,
and everything
it's a
else.
trick to the African countries too, because you pretty much have a royal class there that will that's just like trillionaires. You know what I mean? And then like they take care of their tribe, and everybody else is just like living in squalor. You know what I mean? And it's like replicated like that in multiple countries in Africa. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
and those ones are the ones sending those like rich royal families for the most part. A lot of them they're sending their children here, pretending as if, and then pretending as if like
Oh
they're
yeah.
a poverty case, and
Yep.
they getting free educations
Mhm.
based on all these scholarships and stuff that were designed for the upliftment of African Americans.
That's
You
facts.
know, who
That's fact.
went through slavery or whatever, who went through slavery, Jim Crow, and segregation,
Mhm.
and even and so the thing is that like you said, they should. I'm all for people identifying as another group outside of what what we can kind of term as ADOS. If they're not that, yeah, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna put it
Say
that way.
wait, say that again. Say it
I'm
again.
all for like say if the Jamaicans, some Jamaicans want to identify with being something other than
Oh yeah. I
um
mean, I actually
if
think
that's
they,
what they
you
want to
know,
do. But I
yeah,
mean the thing
I
is
don't
you
think
can't.
there's anything wrong with it. Honestly,
Yeah,
like we never even looked
yeah.
down on that. But I don't know if you noticed, as soon as the Black Americans started saying, "Well, shit, we gonna wave the American flag," they got angry, all of them.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, what is? I mean, I even one of my friends who's Jamaican was, you mean to tell me these motherfuckers that don't do nothing and I got to go out here and work every day deserve a check? Yes, the fuck they do. You stop counting other people's money, sir. CARICOM is fighting for you all. The CARICOM is fighting for reparations from European countries. So that's all the Caribbean. Like
Hmm.
everybody gets reparations. And all we are saying is that we don't have the right to go up in your country. Ain't blood, none of our blood shed there. But we gonna go up in Jamaica and be like, yeah, you need to be giving me land and you need to give me reparations. Where is that fair to all of y'all? Why would we go and take up space like that?
Hmm.
It's not fair. And so we're just making a distinction as to what happens here. Now, yeah, there were a few of them. The numbers weren't as large as it is today. Their numbers didn't start exploding until like the 80s, I think, when we look at the data in terms of immigration and matriculation and all that. That didn't start exploding
Craig B,
until
what's
the
going on?
80s. Hey, Craig.
Hmm. Oh, you want to pull that chart up? I got it right now.
Yeah, but I also I meant to send this to you. I don't think I did. There was an East South Asian Indian guy. They just ate they I can't remember where
Just
they
send
are.
whatever you got through Facebook, then it's easier for me now.
He purposely, because he was trying to get into a HBCU, and he couldn't get in under his Indian name. So he changed his name to a Black American name and got all the scholarships. And he paraded as a black man. No, for real. But
Yeah.
that's what they want to do. Folks that are white adjacent, that come from a level of wealth, they want to
Oh, you know
posit
Kamala Harris.
themselves
Yeah.
right as marginalized, right? They want to position themselves as marginalized. Some of them do it to think that they're cool. They want you to, I ain't got no money when you already know. Yeah, so that's one of the images. I wanted the other one from earlier.
Hmm.
But and they're doing it in the LGBTQIA movement, where a white man will say, well, I'm being discriminated against because I'm gay. No, sir, you're still a white man. You're still a white man. You
Hmm.
still have all the benefits of being a white man. So we have to be able to recognize who the ally is and who isn't. And allies don't always need to be told that they're an ally. They know.
Hmm.
They know. So yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted y'all to see this. I snatched this from this is probably one of Yvette's or Tone's videos, or maybe I got it from the ADOS website. But like, just look at that timeline.
Yeah. 1619 start of American slavery.
Hmm.
1776 the Declaration of Independence adopt. Uh, 1863 Emancipation Proclamation. 1942 Circle. Is it make slavery illegal?
Yeah, it's a circular 3591 makes slavery illegal. And then, you have Jim Crow. So
Oh,
we
so
had
it
Jim
wasn't
Crow
illegal until 1942? I didn't know that. I thought it was supposed to be illegal, like on the
right from
13th and the amendment.
1863. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. No.
Oh wow, not
But
that I
like,
didn't know.
yeah. So this is
Mm.
just one facet of it. So then we had Reconstruction, and we had redlining. These are all the things, right? And so some of them
The
other,
crack era, shit.
yeah, we had mass incarceration, the war on drugs.
Hmm. But I like, yeah, I would say even when it come down to like the loss of a lot of black wealth that was left over,
Mhm.
the crack era played a huge role in that. I've seen
Mhm.
um like like in South Florida, for example, like it was common for an adult black man to own a home, when I was a kid.
Mhm. Mhm.
And or not just a home, sometimes multiple properties down here. And when the crack era hit, that wealth just disappeared. And the thing is just like I was telling you about, like, how owning a home outright can benefit your descendants tremendously. For example, say if you have a child or that's an adult or whatever, and they want to return to college, or they want to go to college, but and there's a local college, they can go to the local college and they don't have to worry about room and board, right? And they can get their education. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
that's a
Mhm.
huge burden.
Absolutely.
That's almost like $50,000 to $60,000 off the college tab alone. You know what I'm saying? These
Mhm.
days, room and
Mhm.
board. You know what I mean? So just seeing that's stolen. That's stolen wealth by the
Stolen, yeah.
government. And then also when you start talking about the crack era, there was that Ron Contra, where there was selling drugs with Noriega, and you know
Mhm.
what I mean, and all that. So and they used that wealth from the black community to fund the Ron Contras. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, that's not talked about enough for me though. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Like that was a huge that had a huge impact
Yeah,
on
that was
the
a
black
plan.
family
That
as
that was
well.
planned by the U.S. government under Reagan,
Mhm.
under the Reagan administration.
Cornell
You know what I'm saying?
COINTELPRO. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the Reagan administration. It was designed and targeted to take the black wealth away from me and you. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
for a lot of people nowadays, like people in their 40s, some even in their 50s, their parents lost that property that it could have been passed on, and then now
Yeah.
a lot of you guys now living in apartments and stuff, and
Mhm.
don't own property to this very day, or trying to get your first home or your
Mhm.
first deed to anything, based on the fact that you had parents who were exposed to this chemical that the U.S. government released into our society to wage
Mhm.
secret wars.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
Huge
so
impact.
that's a huge
And
impact, and and it's admitted by the government,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you start looking at when black folks were being arrested for having like the poor man's coke and a white
Hmm.
man or white folks, the numbers are crazy.
Yeah.
We was almost always sent to jail. And so
Yeah.
then
The three strikes
at
law.
right, the
Eh,
continuation of separating the children from the
mhm.
homes. This has been since we've been in this country a practice that America is seasoned at. So when they threw up the borders down in Mexico and started sending them children, separating the children from the parents. I mean, this is America. Black folks have always known this. It's
Yeah.
still happening to this day, and we don't get not nary uproar about it. I don't see nobody. Where's what's her name? AOC raising hell about what's going on in the child welfare system and how these children are constantly being snatched from their homes and put into foster care, which is
Yeah.
like a whole other kind of dangerous situation. And yes, there's a lot that we need to take accountability for, you know. But we were also like those drugs were forced on us in a way.
Yeah, it was forced on us, and then also it introduced thug culture into our
Hmm.
society in the '80s. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And like you didn't, the term thug really ain't start being used until like the early part of the '90s. You know what I mean? Because like even the gangster culture, like when you look at some of the old Ice T albums, I was a fan of Ice T at a very young age for some strange reason. You know what I'm saying? I
You
used to
had
sneak.
Cherry Girl too. Let me find out.
No, no, I'm just like I just like the hardcore rap. You know, just like like that. It was that one album, Tower, or something like that.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's some old shit.
Hmm.
Saeed didn't probably know what I'm talking about. Saeed and Craig probably know.
They
Um,
definitely.
yeah, I know, right? And color. So like I watch the colors and all that. So,
Hmm.
but even as a child, I was influenced by this gangster culture as a child, though. Like, you know what I mean? Watching stuff like Colors. They had a lot of prison movies in the '80s and stuff like that. And don't forget the '90s. Forget about it. Even Master P. And there was so much propaganda for the thug culture. Being pushed in the '90s. NWA. Um, I mean, like we could sit here all day to talk about how that was just pushed on us by the government. And the thing is, we got to stop blaming the government for these things. We just can't be talking soft about it because what it does is gives them the ability to say this is a moral thing to do, right?
Mm.
And then when it's not a moral thing, because like they didn't look at it as a moral thing to do when they had to pay the Japanese reparations for the internment camps because it was just some fucked up shit they did, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And I'm not here to deny anybody's plight. You know what I mean? I'm not even gonna
Nah,
say, yeah,
we
I'm not
shouldn't
here
even
going,
have to
no, no,
explain
no,
that
no,
though.
no,
No,
I'm
no,
not,
no.
no, no,
I hear you, but I'm
yeah,
just saying. So for me, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it
yeah.
because anytime we speak out about what we're owed, then here comes somebody trying to be like, "Oh, y'all trying to be the victim. Y'all a perpetual victim." And I get there are some pockets where people try to play that role, but certain things at this point we shouldn't even have to explain to folks for real. Like I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
done. Even like convincing regular ass black people why this is. I'm not going back and forth with
No, I'm
nobody
not. I'm not even
about
really
it.
trying to say that. I'm just saying, like, my whole thing is, I think that those claims that people had were legitimate. You know what I mean? Like I don't even get into the thing about like whether I've heard in the conscious circles that the Holocaust didn't exist and this and that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I've personally met Holocaust survivors, right?
Right. Right.
I've personally met these people, and the thing is, I'm not gonna be there trying to deny you your
Exactly.
payments and your
None of that.
generational wealth that you're getting from that, because
Mhm.
if these things are true, and I happen to believe it did, right?
I don't even
I've
know.
met people. I'm no, no. I'm saying. I'm just me myself. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm
Mhm.
saying I happen to believe that it happened, right? So
Mhm.
I met. I've met this Holocaust survivors. I met people who come. Like I've talked to people who've got the stamps and shit on them and all that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
When I was a
Mhm.
kid, I met these people, right?
Mhm.
So um, I mean, I'm just as much as deserving of payments for my ancestors being messed over as any
Absolutely.
Holocaust survivor.
Right. And when
You know
we
what I
do the
mean?
math on like how long that stuff lasted, come on, compared to,
Yeah, from like 1938 to like 1946 at the most.
mm,
It's like
mm,
8 years.
mhm.
But when you start talking about um when you start talking about our shit, I mean, just the crack. We just talking about crack.
Right.
Saeed is talking about three strikes rule, right? You know what I
Mm.
mean? Um, that with Jim Crow, like the list goes on and on. And
Mhm.
the thing is, we need our payment for stolen goods. Period.
Absolutely. Not only just the
Yeah.
payment, we need not to be taxed. We need to
Mhm.
not have to compete with other groups in these colleges. We shouldn't have to pay for college. Period. We need therapy, and different kinds of therapy, right? Like there's a
Yeah.
spiritual aspect to the therapy that's needed because a lot of the wounding that we're seeing, like a lot of this trauma that's been decontextualized, right? And we're seeing, showing up in the hatred and the harm that we're causing to each other, you know,
Yeah.
um, with the every 6 hours, right? With the children being, I mean, this is a part of that wounding, and at the same time, though, like we gonna have to like step up and own some shit too. Um,
Exactly.
because some of this stuff is just it's been out of hand, but it's becoming unbearable for real. I
Hmm.
cannot imagine. I mean, we had, somebody going off earlier, that Billy's, what is his name? The comedian guy talking about some other guy trying to get at his 14-year-old girl, his daughter. I mean, so, we got, like, there's a lot that needs to be done, and it's not just about the money. The money is important, though. And I don't think it gives Sheila Jackson Lee the right to say we don't deserve it. She's a Jamaican. Fuck you talking about?
Yeah.
What you talking about, ma'am? Why
Yeah.
are you even given that position? Why are you even given that power? You know,
Yeah.
and that speaks to us not really going beyond skin color for real when it comes to advocating for our advocating for what's in our best interest. We get so caught up in people looking the part, looking black, but they don't, if they're not advocating for us, how does that benefit us? And this is what I was saying earlier. We have to get back to being self-interested. I'm not wasting my time in nobody else's struggle. Swear for God. Like, I'm done with that. Putting my
I mean,
energy.
I'll call out injustice wherever it is, but I do understand I gotta have a
Yeah,
focus, right? You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like,
It's
so
horrible. It's
yeah,
horrible. But
yeah,
again, like, the more we do that, that's more time and energy we're putting on other people's stuff. When for real, like, the world is going
mhm,
to speak up for those people. I mean, look at okay, so let's look at what happened at the border with the Haitians versus what happened at the border with the Mexicans or the Ecuadorians or wherever they was traveling from.
mhm,
Look at how the world reacted to those two groups. We spend
yeah,
some, I mean, like, so yeah, those certain groups are automatically they're gonna be supported. They don't really need us. They
mhm,
want our voice because it adds to. But let me tell you something. When Native Americans go to the UN and they advocate for policies, they don't sit up there and talk about my black and brown brothers and sisters. They are specific and full throated about what they've got going on. You only get a couple minutes to speak. They're not up there trying to pull us up with them.
yeah,
Period.
yeah.
And don't nobody fault them for being as self-interested and self-advocating the way that they've been all these years because the poor Native American.
That stole
I'm
from us
correct
too.
with that.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean, if we're gonna talk about it, they had slaves too. That's why,
Yeah,
some people be like, "Oh, we got Indian in my family." Da da da. I'm like, okay, well, you should have some kind of something, some kind of proof somewhere. Most people, nah, they ain't got no proof, but then wanna look at that 1% Native ancestry they got, and that's their spiritual practice. All of a sudden, they
yeah.
burning sage, and wearing fucking hat. No, seriously, like for the
No,
one
you go ahead. You go ahead.
and they
Yeah,
have no idea as to whether or not they were a part of those 100 people that were brought here in 1556, right? That
yeah,
disappeared, that are Arawak. They don't have no idea if they're those kind or if they were enslaved by Native Americans. People like to get caught up. Well, my family was wearing the garb. Well, shit, we wore what our oppressors gave us. Same goddamn
yeah,
thing. So you're gonna wear the garb of your oppressor. Doesn't necessarily mean that you are Native, and like that blood is in you like 1,000% like you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
out here picking up other people's practices, and these motherfuckers are quick to tell you they own slaves, and not for the reasons that we've been told. Oh, they were intermarrying and they felt sorry for us. No, the motherfuckers will tell you, no, we had slaves, and they were sometimes more brutal than our white counterparts. But
Yeah.
ain't nobody really talking about that. So,
I mean, even by U.S. law, the African American is not supposed to pay taxes. With those same laws that were passed to give most of the Native American tribes tax exempt status. So we not like, and so that's even robbery and thievery on its all on its own. You know what I
mhm,
mean, by the government and by these native tribes. So a lot of people don't know about these native tribes. When the Civil War took place, they joined with the Confederacy. Most
absolutely.
of them
Mm,
joined the Confederacy to maintain the institution of
yeah,
slavery. And
mhm,
when they lost the United States government voided most of the voided all treaties with these native
mm,
tribes,
mhm,
except for like one or two. But I know for example the Seminole tribe, right? And see the craziest thing about the Seminole tribe. Now, if I had family members who were documented, and we got pictures of them in Seminole get up and everything like that. But nowadays, you gotta go back and look at the dolls roll. You got to trace, and for whatever reason, ain't no for whatever reason, they did it for a reason. They didn't put a lot of the free people that was part of the tribe that were African or
mhm,
of African descent. They
mhm.
just put first names a lot of times, and it'll
Yeah.
say Ton Hawk or something like that,
Mm, mhm,
and or Tom Freeman, right? They didn't even
mhm,
bother to put a last name for a lot of these people. And so like you just inherited through the dolls roll. So if you go and try to join them, you gotta go look on the dolls roll and try to find somebody with a name of an ancestor that you had, and hopefully that might be your ancestor and everything like that. When everybody know that the only reason why the Seminole tribe maintained its freedom because they had runaways. You know what I'm saying? It was mainly a runaway gathering group of runaways that joined onto these tribes in here in Florida and Georgia, and mainly an African American group at that time. And then
mhm,
now because there's so much money given out, you got nothing but a bunch of white people and a few um, native people that's getting like $80,000 a year, $80 to $90,000 a year,
mhm.
plus casino revenue. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
plus this COVID money.
Yeah, they get all this money, and the
Mhm.
thing is, they're not the ones that really. They're not the ones that fought for the freedom of that tribe. It was black
Right,
people who did
right.
you know what I mean?
And
And
as soon as
so
it was as soon as those treaties were signed, I mean, the slaves cleared the Trail of Tears so motherfuckers could walk it. And as soon as they settled, they enacted Jim Crow laws. I
yeah,
mean, like we need to
yeah,
just go ahead and talk about all of it.
yeah. So it's like even with that, like the native thing, it's like there's so much thievery that have taken place based upon that subject alone, and
Mhm,
um,
mhm,
because I know like in some circles they'll start talking about there's a certain tribe of Israel and all that kind of stuff, and you know, but you really start digging deep, what I mean, with some lot of crazy stuff, and like I do have native, like I got pictures of the stereotypical looking Native Americans in my bloodline, what I mean, on my mom's side, but um at the end of the day, even with that history within my family, um it was there's some good things and there's a lot of bad things, you know what I mean? But you can just see whether we were, because there was African blood in us, you got denied, you got disinherited based upon that, you know what I mean? Like it plays a huge role in these type of this xenophobia that it goes back hundreds of years within this continent. what I'm saying, was inspired by those who um, came here to just exploit our people and brought our people here, and some of them was already here too, you know. But they brought our people here, and it was only to use us as workers. And even today, we can't. And even today, as African Americans, we can't get so caught up in being a proud worker anymore, right?
Hmm. Hey,
You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that's why, when my friend was like, "You mean them people that don't do nothing, that don't work, and da 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 da, they deserve
Yeah,
a check, and I'm busting my ass?" Yes, I said absolutely, because their
yeah.
ancestors
The
did
Queen
all
of
that.
England don't bust our ass, right? You know.
Right, but also like our people did the work. Okay, like come on, how many hundreds of years of free labor? And in chattel slavery, you were what your mother was. We were like, we couldn't, women couldn't buy their freedom. If your mother was a slave, you were still a slave. And then we were bred, right? So that's a whole other machine. I mean, so we got like layers upon layers of trauma that
Hmm.
we have to deal with. And we have to deal with that with one another, right? Like, and I think it's beyond the scope of Western trained psychology. It's beyond that scope because there's also a real spiritual component to that. And I don't
Hmm.
think it's something that they can handle. But, I think there are therapies that exist that could be helpful, but we can't afford them. We're priced out of a lot of a lot of situations that would be super beneficial to us in terms of
Yeah, I
like,
mean, just look at the fact that we have thug culture, right?
uh-huh,
Yeah, thug culture. We have prostitution, pimp culture. These
yeah,
cultures are inspired by economic deprivation.
mhm,
You know what I mean?
mhm,
If you if you're a young man and you got like you already have property within your you already have property, right? Say, for example, if we were able to if we were able to have the wealth that our ancestors left from their work, and that means we would have like stuff like hotel buildings, all kinds of income just coming in, and we just be sitting pretty. And the main
yeah,
thing is we just be trying to get a personal trainer, go to the gym, and just try to look the best, eat organic food or something like that, right? You know what I
mhm,
mean?
mhm,
And pretty much you're not gonna be thinking about going out being a pimp because for one, you driving better than any street pimp. You know what I
mhm,
mean? Or even prostitute culture. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense if you got the bag already, right?
right,
So you know what I mean? So because they stole that wealth and that generational wealth, you know what I mean? Or like you could have just went off to college, like you say, you could have had like even if it was modest means that came from your
mhm,
ancestry.
mhm,
It could have been when you just went off to college and now you here it is, you're a psychologist. You know what I mean? You're a doctor, a lawyer, or something like that, and you upwardly mobile because you was able to go to college because your parents had the money to give you an easy ride. You was able to get
mhm,
tutors while you was in school. That
right,
cancels out a lot of the thug cultures and pookie down in the street and all that shit.
mhm,
That is a direct result of economic deprivation. You know what I mean? Because
right,
if I just can't sit here and just be hungry as hell, you know what I mean, when there's food outside and you're telling me I can't get it because I don't have a couple of dollars.
right,
Well, a few things gonna happen. Either I'm gonna bust up in the store and start stealing me some goddamn meat, apples, and rice, whatever.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna make it do what it do,
mhm.
or I'm gonna go out here and try to do it other ways. You know
Another
what I'm
way,
saying?
right,
Whether it's selling drugs or exploit my own. You know what I
mhm,
mean? It's a survival mode. You know what I mean? It has caused vampirism within our own community in the form of vampirism that like our people are now proud of. It's even within our own songs and rap culture.
mhm,
You know what I
mhm,
mean?
yeah,
And not, and the thing is, you got it, and we all, to a certain degree, we all psychologically fucked up because we went through times where we would listen to music that was either promoting selling dope, murder, you know what I'm saying, prostitution, you know what I'm saying, sex, all this kind of stuff in the name of getting money, you know, getting money that the government has purposely taken from us, you know, generational wealth.
Mm-hmm.
So when they call you a nigga, you know what I'm saying, you gotta understand that term nigga came it comes that term the ratchetness of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like when other people call us that.
Mm-hmm.
That shame should go on the US government. Period. That
Right.
shame belongs to the US government because they created the nigga.
Absolutely does.
You know what I mean? The
Mm-hmm.
the the African American, the ADS a man, a woman did not create the nigga. The
Right.
US government and its corporations set up scenarios to create the nigga that you see in the street, the stereotypical nigga. That is
Mm.
the creation. That is the spawn of its creation, not the creation of ours. Because
Right.
what it is, they have set up scenarios for us to um, be in a situation where we got to survive. Some of us. Now, can I say that I know, like myself, do I have a criminal record? I don't have a criminal record, right? I
Oh,
grew
not
up in a
you?
situation. No, I don't.
You don't get one? Mm.
No, I don't have a criminal record,
I thought you
right?
was a thug, nigga. What?
See, you know,
I need to put your ass down in the chat.
well,
Where bring a real nigga up? Let me stop.
Mr.
You're supposed to have a record, nigga. Damn. You
Yeah,
can't
well,
do
no, ain't no record, but I'm saying it comes to the fact that I was blessed enough to have strong fathers. You know what I mean? That were in my grandfather's like my grandfather had a father,
that.
my
Mm-hmm.
father had a father, I had a father. You know what I mean? And when you got a father in your life, even growing up in the hood, it makes it extremely hard to participate in a lot of dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Um, and even that aspect of like black family, when we start talking about that, that's become bastardized.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Yeah, it
mean?
has. Mm-hmm.
Um, and even the U.S. government has set up scenarios to tear apart the traditional family. You know, within our culture. You know, when at one point we was the most married group of people uh, in the United States history, all the way up until like the '60s. You know, to the late
Yeah.
'60s or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, and so I'm not saying that we as ADOS people don't have responsibility for our own way in life, but it makes it a lot harder when you grow up in the house and you ain't got shit. You start from
Absolutely.
absolute scratch. You know what
That
I
and the
mean?
fact that we're constantly gaslit, right? Like for
Yeah.
years, we're gaslit about our experience. Oh, and it's downplayed. And oh, that didn't really happen. It's
Yeah.
interesting how, a lot of people ain't really start waking up until George Floyd. Like a lot of black folks was living in, I don't know where they were living, right? It's not like the first time we've seen something like that, but for whatever reason, that was the black nigga wake up call for a lot of folks. They're like, wait a second, I'm
Yeah.
out here, frolicking with these white folks. Um, but this just happened. So, a lot of black folks are just waking up to that because of what we saw with George Floyd. Um,
Hmm.
shit been going on for a minute though. And
Yeah.
shout out to Saida
Yeah.
for
So if you want to come on up, just go ahead and hit the
in the
link.
chat.
Anybody that want to come up, except for we don't need no weirdos. You
No,
know.
trying to derail the program.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All they doing is inspiring me to do more. You know.
mhm, okay.
You know what I mean? Hey, like bring it. You feel me?
Yeah, so that's why, for me, I am I'm grateful for the women that had put me on to like this information, causing me to shift a little bit my focus. Okay, there's too many important things going on, too many movements afoot and being birthed out of this whole ADOS thing or this decals or DAIS or FBA. I really don't, I'm not going to get caught up in the names because I think at the end of the day, if enough of us really can agree on some things, that would be enough to push the issues forward.
Hmm.
As long as when the call is made, all those that want to be FBA know what to do. I ain't got no problems with you wanting to be called that at
Yeah.
all.
I have no problems with my whole thing is we gotta actually set up something for the generations to come. Like
Mm.
I'm at an age where, I have to just deal with what I got. You know what I mean? And what I got is sufficient enough for me to, do something good with my life. But I do recognize the fact that I've been robbed, right?
Right.
Um, like even the church that I grew up in was a church where Donald Trump has his house down here in South Florida. That particular island was stolen from black people
Mm,
completely.
mm.
The whole island.
Yeah. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I mean, and you look at what's going on in South Carolina too. People being tricked out of their land and homes, all that beautiful country land and home.
Mhm.
See, and that's the other thing though too. You have
There's no protections. There's no
There's
protections for
none.
that.
There's
Yeah.
none. And then we got people playing in our face, trying to act like they're as marginalized as we are, but they have social capital.
Yeah.
They can draw on social capital to get them out of situations, right? I
Hmm.
think I shared this. I don't know if I shared this here or I can't remember where exactly I shared this, but when poor whites graduate high school, they come out of high school making more money than we do when we come out of college. I need for people to understand what the fuck that look like. Then not to mention
Hmm.
those that do go on to college, they have less debt, they get inheritances, they'll get the car passed down, the furniture, they get the down payment for the house. And but when you look at black folks, we have to take care of more people if we've gone
Yeah.
on to college. So the social capital isn't the same.
Yeah.
But they want to play in our face like, oh yeah, but you know I'm marginalized too. But why don't you tell the whole motherfucking truth? Just go on and tell the whole goddamn truth, because you're not facing the predatory lending that we're facing. Your house, we could live in the same fucking neighborhood and your house will be appraised higher than mine. That shit is still going on today.
Exactly. Hmm.
And those people don't want to get that shit up. They ain't trying to rock no boats.
Yeah. And like you said, that's like in South Carolina, that's a cultural thing. I mean, there have been books written on the culture of that island. The island change, where African Americans been living for hundreds of years, having property, being former slaves, even on that property. Just like being there forever, right? And what is the government doing to protect them like they would protect any other national treasure or historical type of treasure? You know, Little or nothing, if any. You know, because we're not labeled, or we're not. I'm not saying label, but we are not a protected group.
No,
You
we're
know,
not, and our numbers are dwindling. We all
yeah,
talking this divestment bullshit. Our numbers are dwindling.
yeah,
And was it you, Saida, that said Biden told black folks we're gonna have to start listening to Latinx community because they're gonna be over us? I mean, he's going based off of the numbers. Their numbers are um are over us.
hmm,
And we need to pay attention to what their voting pattern has been. We
yeah,
absolutely need to be paying attention to, what these people are doing. I think too, getting involved locally is huge for us, because that'll give us some say and power as to what's happening locally. Like I look around where I'm out of now, and it's a lot of Indians. If we just look at who owns like some of these, the gas stations, the subways, the Dunkin' Donuts, the liquor stores, you know, the Indians are replacing the Chinese with these
Yeah.
liquor stores, you know.
Oh yeah.
But on a local level, they're voting locally, and so a lot of those old ADOS folks are being replaced by these newer groups that are coming in. We've seen them in droves um, in this area when their communities started running for local office, and they want you to think that they are marginalized just like you, but they're not. They're coming from wealth when they come here. If you flew here, if you flew here and you didn't get here,
Yeah, you flew here.
if you if you flew out and you ain't get here on no lottery or nothing like that, you coming from wealth.
Yeah.
How expensive it is to be flying from India, to be flying from the continent here.
Exactly. And the thing is, they'll get here and then like I said, they will enforce treaties, trade deals. You know,
Mhm.
so we forget about all that shit. So they'll get here and they may have treaties set up where they supposed to get a certain stipend from the government to even set up businesses. Trade deals that the government has already worked out between the two countries, so that their citizens, if they come here and work, and also working tax free, tax exempt a lot of times when they over here. You know what I'm saying? So like there's all these dynamics that take place when you got some foreigners that come in and they may be of a darker hue, but they got consulates, they got ambassadors, they got business people, you know
Mhm.
what I'm saying, in a foreign country. They got armies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We
Mhm.
like the thing is to see we don't have none of that shit. And the thing is we can't just deny that and be on some like I'm just a proud man, I got my money and blah 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 blah. And I'm doing well for myself and I get my little 100,000 a year or whatever plus and I'm doing good, you know what I'm saying? My frat doing good uh and we good, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And you don't know how to understand how much of a fucking slave you sound like when you say that because when you look at it from a global perspective and from an international perspective, that little bit of wealth that you got alone pales in comparison to the fact that you don't even have, and even you want to say that you can vote somebody in a certain local, you don't have a foreign government that's vouching for you. You
Mm.
don't have treaties on your behalf that makes you tax exempt. So
Right.
even the $100,000 you get, you know what I'm saying, the government is gonna knock
We
down by
talk
40.
about
They're gonna
right.
knock about 40 off the top of it. So you're gonna get what about 66 or 60, 65,000 something like that. And then when you spend that money, it's getting taxed again. You know what I'm saying? And you get taxed every which way you go. So you get money that's taxed, then you gotta go and say if you want to buy a car, get taxed on top of that. So
On top.
it
Right.
get taxed infinitum. And then when the difference is between you and some person from a foreign country, they go and buy a car, the taxes are written off because they
Mm.
they they not supposed to be taxed or whatever. You know what
Right.
I mean? It's
Mhm.
all of that. Even like what I'm saying, all of these things play a huge role because of the fact that we have been disinherited from just being a people in general, and having a government that represent us. I
Right.
mean, I would say it's go as far as like when you even look at uh even with the Caribbeans and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? You got it where, they just starting to get to a place where, hey, we gotta remove the Queen of England off the money type shit. You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean, yeah. But this is
Yeah.
what I'm saying though. There's so many things that they could be doing to uplift their own country.
Yeah.
without having to come here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
why don't you do what you need to do from there? Why you got to come here? Well, you come here because you can steal a slot, right? You can steal a seat from us,
Yeah.
and you can send that money back and build up your country. I mean, we just need to keep that shit a buck.
Yeah.
That's
So I
what we're
mean,
doing.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You get we, but the thing is, the government has to be blamed for these type of actions that has been perpetrated against us, and we can't make this a argument of sympathy,
Mm-hmm.
right?
No,
There
it's
is no no. I'm saying there's no argument for of sympathy when it comes to theft. You
listen.
stole, you
Listen.
stole my shit. That's it. That's it.
I mean, one of the reasons I appreciate Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore is because they back their information up with data, right?
Yeah.
You see how the middle black family is worth less than $1, and when you take
Mhm.
out the depreciating assets, he says you take out the car, you take out the couch. Again, and some of these folks, when you compare them to white folks, they move into the house with furniture they ain't have to pay for a lot of the times,
Yeah.
right? Or they driving that old beat up car that was passed down to them, right?
Hmm.
But like to be for the middle black family to be worth to be to have a net worth of less than a US dollar in Massachusetts. I just need for people to like let me send you the chart. Did I send it to you? Let me
You just
send it
sent
to
me the one with send it on Facebook. So don't send it.
you. Okay. But like that's despicable. That is like what? And I don't know if you got it. Is this it? This is it right here. Let me send it to you.
Yeah, just send it on Facebook.
Okay. I
Okay,
sent
I
it.
got it.
Got it.
All right, I'll pull it up in a second.
The state of black wealth by percentage.
All right, it's coming up.
Mm. You can't tell me that some of this ain't by design. Bottom 50% of black household wealth less than $1.
$1. I mean, a bunch of people in debt.
Total net 4.4%. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that even goes to another thing. Like, you have a lot of black women going to college these days. Black people in general
hmm
going to college, and I have a cousin. Few of them, right? I say few now, and I remember back in 2013 when she had just graduated from college, and you know, met at one of the holiday get-togethers, or whatever, right?
hmm
And sat down talking to her. Her she was the bill that she got every month was $850 a month. You know what I mean?
mm,
She had supposed to pay that every month, $850
for
for
classes.
her student loans after
Oh,
she
okay.
graduated.
hmm
You know what I mean?
hmm
And so you'll see
And it,
her, you'll see her, and she looks like new money. She looked like what's that chick name? Mayor Mosley. You know what I'm saying? Like looking clean, new money every time you see her, right?
hmm
They fly out every now, fly out every now and then. We see them, but the
you.
thing is, like a warehouse worker truly got more wealth than she do. Get what I'm
hmm
saying?
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
then
saying. The
yeah,
shit coming out, and then not to mention that probably, the percentage that she's paying in interest. They're charging us higher percentages. Come on, man.
yeah.
This thing was designed so that we wouldn't be able to get from underneath it. That links. Okay, thanks, Saida. She is that a short clip, Saida?
Yeah, let me
Because if
see how
it's
long
like
it
4
is.
minutes long or something, we should play it.
No, it's like a 50-minute clip.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
But
something that people, check
yeah.
out that clip she posted. It's
Mhm.
got some real good information in it. Um, there are reports that Antonio did with the economist William Darity. He's another one. There's a lot of people speaking about this from a data perspective. So we get to see more than, these charts say a whole lot. You can't
Yeah.
tell me that not everybody in Massachusetts is lazy as fuck and don't want to provide for their families. You can't say that's the case. You know what I mean?
Hmm. And I just want everybody to start getting more into these type of movements, even if you are from the Caribbean. What's the name of the movement in the Caribbean?
Oh, they have CARICOM.
Yeah. Um,
I
if
fully
you are,
support
yeah, I fully support any person who's been affected by transatlantic slave trade to, get what's rightfully theirs. You know what I mean? So, um, while at the same time promoting my people in America, standing for my people, because the thing is, we all have to be ambassadors for where we're from. You know what I mean? And
that.
and for our lineage in general and our culture. I do want
Right.
to see African American culture survive and our people survive and
Mm,
thrive and
yeah.
everything like that.
But we're
And
seeing it
one of the
like
ways that
we're not interested, bro.
what
Like, oh, that's a 2-minute one. We should play it. But we're not
right,
interested though. Who's keeping
yeah.
the culture and the traditions more than just the music, more than just the dancing, right?
Hmm.
Like this, you and I were talking about this the other night, but the cemeteries, like who's maintaining these these cemeteries, right? And
Yeah.
especially the ones that are old African burial grounds. Like
Oh yeah,
that's
it's a old segregated. I'm gonna actually do a video. It's an old segregated cemetery where I live. It's matter of fact, my great grandfather and my grandmother are on top of each other. My grandmother there too. Um, and the graves, it kind of reminds you of something you'll see in New Orleans.
hmm
Um, but the there is no maintenance on these graves if little, you know what I mean? Only if the family will say, for example, my family, we go out probably every 20 years to like, tighten up on the tombs out there. But
We used to do something called Decoration Day.
hmm
That was our Memorial Day, where we would go and clean off the graves. Like that used to be a thing in Black American families. And so
hmm
it's cool that y'all still sort of keep that up. But that would be something that you would get funds from the government to, in case you need to get like a bushwhacker, a bush hog or something out there. You know what I mean? To like clear the
no,
brush.
not that. It ain't that. No, these graves sit above the ground. They actually sit above the ground.
Mm, mm.
Um, let me see if it might somebody. I'm pretty sure somebody that went out there and looked it up. Let me see. I probably better. Yeah, go ahead and just keep entertaining. I'm gonna go ahead and get these videos ready.
Okay.
Mm. What you
Um.
got? Yeah.
Oh, you said you're gonna pull up this video that Saida sent. She said this one is 2 minutes long. That might be good to play.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now. So I'm just
Oh,
gonna get
okay.
ready.
Okay. But yeah, girl, cemeteries are a good investment, huh? Mm-hmm. Probably. I'm bringing that up because I remember a man telling a story. Oh, look at here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be quiet. Let me be quiet. Look at
No,
Tom.
go ahead. Finish. Do you think?
No, I'll pick it. I'll pick it up afterwards
All right.
if I remember.
No, but we gonna do a show on it soon, because I'm actually go out there and do some recordings out to show everybody.
That's gonna be dope.
It's actually like the property. Like I just say this, the the place where the graveyard is probably some of the best property in South Florida because is hills are very rare in South Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's on its beautiful, majestic hill,
Yeah.
right? In a place where it's no flooding. So
Mm-hmm.
like the graves don't get flooded because it's on elevated land. So it was genius the way they actually did it. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna actually show you guys that pretty
That's
soon.
gonna
And
be really dope. And
yeah.
again, like, that you have that interest is
Uh-huh.
probably later on going to serve because, they wait for folks to cycle out before they start knocking down shit, getting rid of old burial sites and
That's
building.
why they're neglecting it the way it is, I believe. Yeah. But it's a work of art. Like all the graves are like indep- all the graves actually have their own thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
it was whatever the mason that designed the grave decided to do. Like whatever design. It's like even like some graves that look like little houses. You know what I'm saying? Where the cast you can look through the window and see the casket standing up inside. Shit.
Oh, like a crypt
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and play this.
All right, let me go ahead. First, let me do fair use.
I put it up.
Oh, you did. All right.
Can you pin it?
Yeah, let's do that now. All right, let me go to comments. I don't even have the chat active. All right, let's go ahead and play it now.
All right.
Well, we playing, we promoting ADOS for them too. So,
Thanks, Saida. Okay, if you're playing it, I don't hear nothing.
oh, you don't?
Mm-mm. Can you hear it, Saida? It could be me.
All right, let me go back to. You hear it now? You hear it now?
No.
Oh, okay. I got it now.
Tone Talks brings to you the racial wealth gap in America, explained in 60 seconds. In America, there are 190 million whites, living in just about 82 million homes, while there are 40 million blacks, living in just over 14 million homes. To truly understand the racial wealth gap, you must look past the income of these families and evaluate household worth. According to demos.org, in total, white American households own 90% of the national wealth. In contrast, black Americans altogether own less than 2.6% of the national wealth, with most of this small sliver being in the hands of black baby boomer retirees. Black working age families are largely invisible nationally in terms of wealth. To give a clearer lens, the bottom 50% of American households control only 1% of the national wealth. And of the total 14 million black households, likely over 10 million black families fall into this bottom group that owns nearly no wealth. The racial wealth gap is real and it's growing. While 10% or about 8 million white homes are worth $1.4 million or more, according to Slate.com, when you deduct the family car, 50% of African American homes, or over 7 million black families, are worth no more than $1,700. Subscribe to learn more at tonetalks.org.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hmm.
We ain't worth more than 1,700 liquid. Shit.
Yeah. And that's because our wealth been stolen.
Mhm. Mhm.
Straight up just thievery. So, I mean, and also, we did this show tonight to talk about, what I'm saying, African xenophobia towards us. And, I've been hearing it, echoed throughout, YouTube, um, about, why can't we just accept being subservient, you know, from people from the diaspora? You know what I mean? And like it's a perpetual thing where, we get to war with each other, um, talk a lot of shit about each other and everything like that. You know what I mean? But the thing is, when you start talking about the fact that, um, like, what impact has some of these groups in Africa? Like, how have they affected the world globally, as far as human rights? You know what I'm saying? The way that
Right.
the African American has.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because the truth of the matter is, there's been very little influence, if any, from outside of, um, the Western Hemisphere, as far as African American or African, just rights for humans,
Mhm.
um, champion the way that the African Americans champion human rights. And
Right.
even in our wretched state, what I'm saying, even the talk about Black Lives Matter, even how we can say, okay, that's not something that represent us, um, in totality, what I mean? But it was inspired by the African American in this country due to the fact of racial injustice,
Right.
right? And
Right.
and the only way it got gas, now the people who had that hashtag, they may have their own nefarious plans and their own thoughts on what they want to do with it, and we see what happened with that. But even when they caught on globally, it was because of a global cry for racial injustice, which the hashtag Black Lives Matter was just used for that. But the energy that was in the streets, what I'm saying, and that movement and everything like that was inspired to fight, you know, injustice through the criminal justice system, what I'm saying, um, state courts, judges, crooked DAs, crooked lawyers, what I'm saying, just legal system in general around the world. You know what I mean? Like it went to the UK, what I'm saying, because of the George Floyd, really we could call it the George Floyd protest, right? And here it is again. We affecting the world. We also telling people around the world that are of our hue and of our genealogy globally. What I'm saying, to stand up and fight oppression. And so when you start to criticize the African American, I have to also ask you, African, and from wherever you're from, what is your motivation? What is it that you bring to the table, or your people have brought to the table so far, for the liberation and upliftment of African people globally? You know what I mean? Because the truth of the matter is, we have been the true Pan Africanists. You know what I'm saying? For ever since Garvey. Even before that. We always had a love for people abroad. Like eventually, I was
Mhm.
even talking about just even in the conscious circles and stuff. We loved it so much. When you talking about xenophobia from us, it's like we love the culture of Africa so much. We adopted kente cloth. We adopted some of even the African religions. You know what I'm saying? People have gotten the tune. People have been
Mhm.
inspired to even create religions or whatever, like the
Right.
Commission, Kemetic stuff. That ain't really real,
Ah,
but
for
I
the
mean,
yeah, the you're right. Like that
yeah,
is going to, and in doing all of this, we've also abandoned our post. think we
Yeah.
abandon our post, especially when it comes to this political machine, right? Being able to lobby and advocate for our issues specific to us. Um, I think, when we look at what's happening in the black church, right, we
Mhm.
can agree that it's not what it originally was, right? And of course, things are going
Yeah.
to evolve and change, but there's something that's missing from its core that just, the black church literally had like our best in mind, right? Like, there was the daycare, the school, provided housing, food programs, you know, and we're just not seeing that as much these days coming out of that. Even more, even, we're even being told we're being influenced to vote for people that are not in our best interest, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot that needs to happen and change there, but, you know,
Yeah.
I'm
Just like
frustrated from it.
well, even when we start talking about the black church and everything,
Yeah.
there was multiple things that happened. You had a lot of movements that started rising up in the '60s that took a lot of the militancy that was in the church out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, it wasn't this a masculine thing to be part of the black church. Um, then you also had the government pushing abortions and stuff like, and it would, know what I'm saying, pushing the abortion issue within the church, convincing pastors to be a part of that. Um, to even, it was a lot of things that took place over the decades after the civil rights movement, where the government and politicians were using the black church as a tool and a beacon for their political interest and power. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so it,
Mhm.
it made a lot of people just interested to even be a part of it. Like even now, like for example, in like some churches now, you can't go to the church now unless you have your shot, right? So, you
Right.
know,
Mhm.
you can't even
Right.
go like, but in nowhere, no business in Florida, for example, can deny you entry. You know what I mean? To its facilities, but the churches. Not what's happening is these black churches are telling you that you can't come in. You know what I mean? Unless you got shot, and they tell them you gotta go to the basement or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of that. It's even that's been infiltrated. But the thing is that's where we have to also start talking about looking at the church going beyond just the religious aspect, but more as an institution, and we must learn to take back over our institutions. You know what I mean? And in general, you know what I'm saying? Like these institutions were put here by our ancestors for multiple reasons, not just to praise Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But they were put there to maintain a culture, maintain a people. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Provide services when sometimes services as an adult you can't provide for yourself. So you know these things play a huge role. But I don't want to get just sidetracked because that's another show. But like I said, we get down to um when we get down to start talking about these influences and um from the and our love for Africa, as ADOS people for so long, what I mean, like you said, it has caused us to lose a lot of the culture that we had here. You know what I mean? The stories. You know what I mean? That was like stories. I remember the story of the man ate 10 pots, but it was like 10. I ate 10 pots of peas, 10 loaves of bread. If I catch you, I eat you too. You know what I mean? We had like as a kid, we had like all kind of folklore and stories and stuff like that. Nobody, yeah. And I noticed this, right?
Man, you better talk about it. Right.
You don't hear these stories in the
Where
conscious
they at?
community.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
No.
you don't.
We looking at movies that come out and
Yeah,
doing a debate or discussion on a goddamn movie that
yeah,
ain't really good. I mean, it's a waste of
yeah.
time. I don't even understand how we got there for real. I feel
Hmm.
like that was some agent shit just to cause distraction and confusion. Because if we're not
Yeah.
focused on fighting for reparations, like think about it, since the civil rights movement, what else have we had? What else have black folks done movement wise? I mean, we had the Million Man March. You kidding me?
Yeah.
The hell? What have they
Yeah.
done since that? But then we have the rise of, so King is assassinated, Malcolm X is assassinated, and then we have and then, we're infiltrated with COINTELPRO, all of that. Um, the black family is being irradiated, basically, right? Like they're just
Yeah.
being demolished, torn apart. And we come with the black conscious community that's
Hmm.
about debating and hustling one another and buying into these false ideologies that don't serve. Where the fuck does it serve? Except for the person that's promoting it instead of getting their pockets fat because they don't want to get a job, right? Like they don't want to do
Yeah.
whatever is necessary by any means necessary to provide for their families. Shit's ridiculous. And then they talk down on us for not supporting them.
Hmm.
We get called all kinds of motherfuckers and give up your grit money nonsense. Mm-mm. But for real, we are experiencing a cultural decimation. Like if 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 we're not around to care about these things and we're not preparing our children to pick up the mantle, they just gonna be building over these cemeteries. You know what I'm saying? We are really going extinct. I need to pull out the data on that. So when Biden said what he said, he right. I'm not saying he's right in that we need to be looking up to the Latinx people and thinking they're superior. I'm not saying that, but their numbers are surpassing ours. Are you there?
I was just looking something up real quick. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
no, you're right. I mean, that's what I said. That's why we got to start actually getting into a movement where we actually here to preserve our own culture as African Americans here in the United States. And like I said, I've noticed and that like the stories I was just talking about earlier. You know, no one talks about the morals of like these stories that we have here in African American culture here in the States, especially in the South. You know what I'm saying? Where most of us come from at some point. You know, even those that live on the West Coast. You know, a lot of them from
Mm-hmm.
Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, originally, and certain parts of the Midwest like Mississippi, Missouri. These type of folklores, they are becoming extinct. They're being forgotten. Every time there's a baby boomer or something like that that dies, you know what I'm saying, in their 70s, these stories are not being written down. They're not being talked about. You know what I mean? And it's such rich history and such knowledge um, that may be originally African in origin from my own people that came here then. They've just been reworded. You know what I mean? These type of stories have been around for hundreds of years, and I know of like I just know a few. You know what I mean? But these stories were commonplace. Like we would sit around before we had the internet. Um, or if you was poor, you didn't have no board. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you'd be so poor back in the day that you didn't have a board game. So all you had was
Mm.
like or
Oral
some
stories, right?
oral
Yeah.
stories to talk about or joke, and it'd be in a joking way, but it gets you to laugh. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
I remember hearing about John Henry from the streets as
Mm.
a kid. Like
Mhm.
Not on the TV where they remixed it or whatever and they took it out, but if I actually heard these stories, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
And
these
that's
type of
like
things.
gold to us, right? Like
Yeah,
that's just to be able to have that, to pass that down to our children, to instill a sense of pride, you
yeah,
know? Again, like this goes back to just reinforcing our own spiritual practices, having a having the knowledge about a John Henry. I mean, we need that. We don't need
hmm,
to we don't need to embrace no one else's culture for nothing. Like, nah, we really made something from nothing. And that is just our way. Period. We figured out how to make it all work to our benefit,
yeah.
and we didn't have nothing.
And guys, like if you're out there listening, what I'm saying, we're not on here roasting. We're not cooking demons tonight like we do a lot here. You know what I mean? Um,
Mhm.
but the thing is, when you see that our panel got bombed tonight. They came here. What I'm saying, I didn't let them get on here and actually flash us. Usually, these type of guys that come around, they want to flash, their penis or something like that to ruin your show, ruin your live stream, try to get you in trouble or whatever. They start talking crazy talk. You know what I mean? That's even why the guys start talking about Chuck E. Cheese and what I'm saying, child molestation and stuff like that, because it's a way of getting your channel struck or whatnot, right?
Mm.
But they want to, you see the opposition comes out when you start talking about things that can affect your real life. You know what I mean? And the thing is just being more politically astute, being more politically activated, you know what I'm saying, and having your own interests at heart, and also preserving your culture. Part of the reason why we have such a bad image at this point is because a lot of times these youth, they grow up, they don't have no self identity. They think that everything outside is better than them. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
even when some of us actually come up, we get some money, or we look highly attractive or whatever. We try to go out and get some other. We get even if we
Oh
want
yeah.
something exotic. We go want something exotic outside of their culture or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And like
Mhm.
I was saying the other night, I said, man, I would love nothing more to get me a Southern woman. You know what I mean? I think Jennifer Hudson is beautiful, right?
Mm.
You hear me? You know
I
what I mean?
do.
So,
I hear you. Yeah. Talk your
you know
shit,
what I mean?
man. Go ahead
So,
now.
I'm like rediscovering how beautiful my sisters here in this country really, and like the thing is, I ain't saying read like I forgot, but appreciating, right? Once you start get to a certain level of understanding, you say, you know what, I really appreciate um how beautiful, like I've been listening to a lot of Jennifer Hudson music lately, right? And
Mhm.
I'm looking at that, what's that song, Here I Am, where she was singing in the church again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And she was showing an African American culture, you know what I'm saying? Like ADOS type culture, you know, being from the
Mhm.
states and things of that nature. And you know, and even like when you start talking about and just knowing how valuable a sister like that is for a black man, you know what I mean, that come from that culture, you know.
Mm.
Because the thing is, there's a equalness, there's a understanding, um there's communications that take place that doesn't have to be explained when you have um that counterpart or whatever. So this thing goes beyond just the physical aspect of just like how they look or whatever, but it's just like, and me and you was talking about the other night about how like one of the reasons why it's hard for people to find true love these days, is because you know a lot of times these people, the people that you're talking to, they just ain't built for you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
know, and
Yeah.
we have to all learn to be real with ourselves, and we have to learn to really appreciate and love ourselves. Just like Saida said, I love myself so much. I go outside, I look for the male reflection of myself to that certain degree. I ain't saying it correctly, Saida, but I heard you say it multiple times on your show the other night.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
get the point, right?
So much I look for myself. I find myself. Yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm. She right. She right.
Children, yeah, we start teaching the children this type of understanding.
Mhm.
It'll cut back on a lot of the violence, like how you was talking about, um, how Taz and women in that sphere, they talk about these acts of violence and rape and murder.
Mhm.
It takes place in the black community and black relationships. A lot of times, our people just don't have no sense of self. They don't
No,
love
that
themselves,
and
and the thing is, they'll say, "Well, I go into the conscious community," but then you go to the conscious community, somebody gonna tell you, "Man, some damn 3 years ago that you may have been part of, right?"
hmm.
And yeah, and he's gonna negate all of that the U.S. history and the U.S. and negate all your ancestors that came prior to that. And I'm gonna tell you, having a lot of oral history within my own family, right?
Mhm.
Um, like our people was some real good
Yeah.
hell of a people.
Yeah,
It's just
right?
that a lot of y'all just ain't get the stories. Y'all just think, oh,
Mhm.
Negro James, you know what I mean? He was just getting beat up by the white man, and
Mhm.
he was just a sharecropper. Like, you know what I mean? We had some ancestors, like with some uncles, and they bought.
You're breaking up. So yeah, he's right. Is it me? Can y'all hear me or can you hear him? Hello? Did I get booted again? Let me see. Oh, it was Prime. Prime got kicked out? Oh, okay. So, yeah, he's right. We're not getting all the stories. We're not getting all the stories. I wanted to say something. You know how you have a thought? Ah, mhm. We are in a retrograde too. So there's that. I had all kinds of issues trying to log on earlier. But then I remembered, oh, we're in a we're in a retrograde. So there's that. So I guess you're going, oh, I gotta drop the link. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Wait, how do I post it? Oh, your power went out too. Where's your backup generator, sir? I'm messing with you. Wait, okay. So um I don't know how to drop the link, Saida, because I can't type in here. I am unable. Oh, wait. Wait. No, that's not it. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to send it to Messenger Prime. I think I can do it that way. I can't type in the chat here. So give me a minute while I'm trying to do what I do here. Let's see. And okay. There you go. Why is this so slow? All right, Prime, let me know. Okay, and hopefully your internet will be back up in a minute. Okay, just gonna leave me up here like this. Prime can, yeah, you join from your phone. That'll work. Ah, yeah. We hear you. Hear you, Craig. It's some nonsense. Look, you want to come up here? Do you want to come up here, sir, and talk your shit? One of the other things I had wanted Prime to play when he gets back, or I don't know if we maybe save this for another day, but when we talk about, oh, there you go.
All right, yeah, I may be on my cell phone running this thing, so
Mm,
like I'm using tethering from my cell phone, so
okay,
I'm doing some
okay.
cyber shit right now. So
Dude, I don't even know how to, like, I don't know how to do
yeah,
nothing.
let
I
me
don't,
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna have to teach you. We're gonna have to do a lesson on this tomorrow. So uh,
okay.
no, I'm start making you a guest host instead of just a guest. That way.
Mm. Drop the link. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All
we can
right.
continue some of this another time. Maybe we'll have
Oh
that as
no, no, we got people coming up, so
well, I think you want to talk about something else,
that's all good.
which is cool. Right.
Oh,
It's
shit.
Yay!
Hey,
what's
okay,
up?
Hey,
hopefully I won't
girl.
fall off.
Yeah.
I
You
couldn't
know, I
figure out how to post this. I can't post in the chat from my computer. I don't know what
well,
that
that's
is.
why I was saying Prime needs to get on his cell phone and come in that way and drop it.
He did.
Well, where's
That part did.
Craig?
Where
Well, I
you at,
actually
Craig?
Does he come?
you went bad on me, Sada.
Whose mic sound good?
I guess you're
You
talking about
coming up
yours.
here? Oh, you thank Prime for that. I don't know nothing about none of this stuff. Come on, Craig. Come on. Come on, Craig.
If
Yeah, she
this
got
thing do this
Oh,
too many times, I'm gonna get.
okay. But now, sis, thanks for holding it down.
yeah,
You down there doing your thing in the chat, hitting us with the
yeah.
knowledge.
We had the white boys come through.
Yes.
What's going on, Craig?
What's happening, people? What's the deal,
What's up,
family?
fam? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm looking at that avatar, sir. You trying to let us know a couple things. See you, bruh.
The streets. I was there. As a matter of fact, I need to go and grab my other phone because I'm just dumbfounded by what is going on at this particular moment as we speak in the YouTube streets. It is mind-boggling. I have in the last
Provide
2
us a
days.
summary.
Excuse me.
Provide us with a summary.
Well, I was listening to Nandy's channel just now, and oh my God, the hellfire and brimstone is going on in that chat about the argument league is going. Oh, this boy, they going ham.
Oh, that Moonflower Cascade chick.
Oh God, she going in on Suave Boss. She going in on Moonflower. She going in on Damo. Damo just got cooked all on the panel. It is. Man, I don't even know what to say no more. Pride.
Well,
That's where everybody at.
It's getting really, 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 really crazy in the YouTube streets.
I thought she already beat that whole topic to a pulp.
No,
Like,
obviously something went on today on the panel in the argument league, and then all hell broke loose.
well, my goodness.
Emily went up on the panel, and Nandy was in the bushes in the chat, like I was in the bushes in her chat just now, and heard them attacking Emily, and she went up and then she pulled her spear out, and Emily pulled out her machete, and it was crazy. T-Buck and Emily and Nandy going ham all on the panel right now. It is just ridiculous how it's going crazy right now. And I mean, it ramped up a whole notch. And of course, Prime, you know, your people came in there. You know,
my people.
I'm talking about, yeah. Well, not actually your people, but you know, he made an appearance.
Oh yeah.
And once I saw how they was received, then I climbed all the way out because I wanted to kind of see, and I'm glad I did because I haven't been that way in a minute. Something just in my spirit was like, yo, check it out. Go see what's popping. Yeah. So I know you guys are on the ADO thing here tonight, but oh God, it is the diverse
we trying to be positive.
I know. I know, Prime.
We really are, right?
We
also trying to correct some of this bullshit that's out here about us, right?
I was with you on that. I was like, yo. I woke up out of it because the game was on. I fell asleep on the couch watching the Rams beat the hell out of the Cardinals. And I woke up. It was about 12 something. You guys, I had a notification. You guys were on. I said, "Oh, Prime and Sis on. Let me see what they talking about." Then I heard your mic, and I heard your very powerful, very nice sounding delivery tonight with your mic, and you sound very, 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 very good tonight, Sis. So kudos on you getting whatever you did to.
Yeah, talk to your brother.
Yeah, well, he did a fantastic job with your audio. So.
He's like,
yeah, she got that Corsair headset.
No,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But
well, thank you for that, and thank you, Prime, for you
Prime. I told Prime some time ago that he should make sure that he put you on the team and incorporate you into his panel here because you are knowledgeable. You proved that tonight, especially because it was a nice change of pace to hear you very literate tonight and very educational. You know,
not literate.
Jesus. Very literate, but that was already understood. That was the primary, thing that had you, on Prime's team. Okay. But I also love you for your roasting ability and for your ability to wear a nigga out. That he's gonna need that. He's gonna need that because I have a feeling that some people aren't finished, even though they kind of stood down. They saw because I went in to test the waters on a theory, and I was kind of correct with my theory, and then it worked out for me to understand exactly what we're dealing with, because there's certain entities. If you want to move forward with a decent platform, you have to alleviate yourself from bullshit.
Mhm.
So the individuals that you used to rock with or you rock with are on a bunch of bullshit, and you're trying to do something else, it can derail your mission statement. So you have to
Mhm.
be aware of your surroundings. And I'm totally aware of my surroundings at this point.
Mhm.
And moving forward, when I'm doing things the way I do them, I want people to go back and listen to their comments and the things that they talk about and the people that they advocate for. And then that will give them the reason why I'm standoffish. So if I'm not on your panel or in your chat, don't be offended. It's just that I'd rather not say anything negative as opposed to be somewhere where I know there's some BS going on and be two-sided with their conversation and their mindset. And I don't rock like that. That's it's not me. It's not me
Yeah.
at all. And Prime, you and I'll talk about that tomorrow, because tonight what I saw totally was the it factor for me in moving forward in the way that I move in these YouTube streets.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
well, I mean, hey, I gave a dissertation and lecture on that already. I was like 5 weeks ahead of y'all on the outcomes.
I feel
You
you.
know what I'm saying?
I
Shit.
feel you. Well,
Yeah.
I kind of stood down just because of the fact that I heard some conversation and I was like dismayed by it. So I haven't really been keyed in. So I guess this conversation tonight got me up to speed and also put me on to some new insight, so that moving forward, my decisions are solid, and
Yeah.
I not going to worry about, you know, certain situations that be like, well, why you don't come over here? Why you don't see, why you don't? Well,
Mm. You
that's just
know,
simple.
I'm gonna say I think I kind of know what's going on, and then I'm questioning it slightly, but
So did my former friend actually speak on these panels you talking about?
No, they didn't know they were in the chat. They were in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get y'all
They were in the
folks
chat, but
clued
they
in.
didn't get, they didn't pull up or make themselves known
Oh no, they've
until
been
I.
out. Well, I mean, both of them. They've been all over the place trying to find new friends and trying to find allies, um,
Mhm.
and that's just gonna happen and everything. But I mean, it's such treacherous people. You know what I mean? And that even if people take them in, it's gonna be, you know, it's like they want to kind of people like, are you recording me? They call you on the phone.
Exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Oh
Like they,
God.
yeah, it's like no one's gonna feel safe. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
I think that you gotta
that's the
move
problem.
around in a world like that is oof.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah.
it's
You,
not a good place to
you
be.
make it when people are not can't feel safe just talking to you on the phone.
Mm,
That's that's crazy. You know.
And they threw their little sly remarks in there to try to uh throw their little sly shit. But I
did it get
respected the fact. Go ahead, go
support?
ahead.
Did they?
No,
Did
at all. It went over everybody's head, and
mhm.
it got no response, and then I gave it no response, so they didn't take it
As
further
it
because
should
they was
be.
trying to be, So what I did was I just stood back and not fell victim for the bait, because I wasn't there for
Mm,
all that. But it taught me certain lessons, and that was very valuable. So I'm watching shit. Trust me, I see how they moving. I was surprised to see them come out the fucking foxhole right quick. You know what I'm saying? So that was shocking. And
mm,
then I saw the better half, so to speak, on a panel, and I just stood there, just watched and just listened. and it was a bunch of bullshit. So I quickly changed that energy. But what it is in a nutshell is you have to know who you're dealing with, sis. And once you find out who you're dealing with, then you move accordingly. That's all I'm saying. I don't have an animosity towards anybody that supports certain entities. That's your thing. But I'm questioning your thought process and your whole mindset when you know what time it is, and they're over there actually performing about something that if they were dealing with what Prime and I were dealing with, it would be all out war. They're going all out on small items and letting bullshit Negroes get a pass.
Well, they
And
already
I'm
said what it was, though. They already said what it was.
Yeah.
They already
what it
said
was.
they
They
ain't
let
had no
you.
issues. I mean, some of the thinking behind that is warped to me, you know. But
Very.
that's why we have these different camps out here that have that see that type of behavior, and they classify it as something, they categorize it as something. So, like you said, you got to know the enemy you're dealing with. You got to know who you're dealing with.
Oh,
And once you see who
Yeah.
they are, and once people show you who they are, got you too.
believe it.
Oh yeah, man. Like, and the thing is just like these are some of the same people that tried their best to get me to hate some people I never even spoke to when I first started coming around. You know, whether they be part of the HOK or not. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it like the thing is that shit just unrealistic all to itself. And I got like for example, I mean, I seen Judah over at Rob's channel, and then like me and Rob talk one on one on his channel and everything, and we even discussed the fact that like I don't fucking know this guy, right? So, but the two individuals did their best to try to demonize this brother, right? Um, and you know, and like the thing is, I think the guy's a cool guy, right? On my own, you know what I'm saying. But the thing is, you got it where people they want you to hate their enemies and all that kind of shit. And these a lot of people they want you to hate. These people really ain't did too much of shit to them, you know what I'm saying. But when it comes down to um a motherfucker really saying some real shit like calling you all kind of chomos, talking about they want to do things to your children, doing death threats and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got to understand for why, you know what I'm saying, you don't like that person. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just your beef, you just beefing with a person, whatnot. You feel me? You know what I mean? But like when I came around, it was like certain individuals that, these two particular people, you know what I'm saying, always talk bad about. And the thing is, now I really see it make me question a lot of things, right? You know what I mean? And the thing, well, moving forward, I'm judging people based upon their own merits and how they treat me. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, and because this is what it's teaching me. You know what I'm saying? Because even people from afar can see how fucked up these people are and their motives, but people I've like spent time with, they can't see that. You know what I'm saying? That just means they just willfully blind at this point. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. I'm not gonna sit back and try to run down somebody because they don't want to support me or whatever. But I just see it for what it is. I'm not gonna even sit back and cry. I'm not gonna even come to their chat and try to like talk shit or any of that. You know what I'm saying? They have license to live their life and do whatever you want to do. And Octavius is not sitting up at night hating on you, talk about you in the back chat. You know what I mean? None of that shit. You know what I'm saying? You have a right to associate with whatever fuck niggas you want to associate with. But just know I know that you're associating with fuck niggas though. You know what I mean? You're cool with that. And because of that, I can't associate with you my support is gonna be from afar. If you got something good going on, I'll say peace to you for what it's speaking on topics that I believe in. But as far as that go, you know,
Right.
but ain't no personal hate. You know what I mean? Because you want to. But the thing is, when you get burnt by these people, just know that hey, you was already warned and pre-warned. And like I told one guy in particular, what make you different when it comes
Right.
down to dealing with these dirt bags? What's gonna make you different at the end of the day? You know?
Mhm.
Well, with people like that, once that trigger is pulled, and you may
Yeah.
not know what might set that trigger off,
Yeah.
then that other side is going to come out instead of being someone who is honorable and credible and really wants conflict resolution. If I'm really
Mhm.
interested in talking to you to rectify the situation, I'm going to talk with some sense. I'm not going to out talk you. I'm not going to showcase and grandstand. We're really
Yeah.
going to have some dialogue, and a lot of this shit, people like the beef, want the beef, because tonight, talking about the subject that you were talking about, and
Yeah.
and the conversation that you were having, the global impact of civil rights and the movement of Negroes in Africa,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right? Somebody's gonna look at that title and gonna go, "Oh God!" All right, now they go, "Ooh, Blase Skippy talking shit again. Watch me drag their ass." Is your title,
Yeah, I
and
know,
now
right?
you got
you know.
you got the Jerry Springer crowd. It takes
Yeah.
a minute for you to get the enlightened crowd, because there are channels in actuality, man, that are doing 73K, 100K, you know, 53, 40 some odd K, 12K,
Yeah.
and they're talking about fluff, or they're able to monetize and blah blah blah, you know. And you hear these other channels. Well, if that bitch show up, I'm gonna kick her ass. And bitch, you know what I'm saying? They getting 20, they getting 200, 300 people in the chat. They think that shit is cool.
Mhm.
But I go to my people here and I'm looking at some other shit that my children watch, and these motherfuckers getting 73, 100, and 200
Yeah.
million. You know what I'm
Well, that's
saying?
yeah. We knew though. We knew it's like we ain't gonna have nobody fucking around with this conversation.
Yeah.
We knew it.
No, that's
We
not
knew
true.
it.
I
I
was
mean,
into it. I
well,
was
yeah.
into it.
We knew it wasn't gonna be no large number of folks. You know what
Uh,
I'm saying? Peeping in. We kind of
yeah.
knew that was gonna be a
Oh,
thing.
Prime in a bit trying to ain't dragging nobody tonight. Prime General Super Spaghetti ain't
That's
talking
not.
shit.
But you know what though? Like that's so. You said that you told him to get me on the team, and I don't know if he shared with you. I wasn't looking to be out here like that. For real, like not looking to be out here like that. But after
Oh,
talking to Prime and some of the conversations, he was like, "Yo, we should just, you know, do something." And I was like, "All right, well, shit. Let me think about it." And I did, and I pulled some cards, and it was a good, the outcome looked good. So I was like, well, let's just see. It just so happens that we were dragging people at some points, but
yeah.
I don't want to be on here like that for that. Like that's not even.
Well,
It's,
sis, I'm gonna tell you something. Your gift, uh, to be honest with you, whether you want to accept it or not, is to be able to recognize and be that mother energy, that feminine energy that is able to uh, admonish you and get your mind right, and also educate you. You know what I'm saying? So you're the perfect combination of the feminine energy that's needed for Prime's duality, to be honest. And you guys are honest. So at some certain point, it will catch on. You know, you just have to find the direction that you want. But you also have to understand, since you're dealing with shit like this in these YouTube streets, that y'all have big buttons to be able to do that if needed. Because you know, people will give you the respect that you need when you're able to educate and still be able to admonish folks, be able to scold a motherfucking skull drag his ass like quick good, and be like, "Ooh, shit, damn it, did it." So
We had
when
the
it's
white
needed,
we had the white supremacists come through earlier.
I let Prime get him. He got him.
Yeah.
wow, see what I'm talking about? They jump out them
The only
cheese,
thing
man.
about them, the only thing about them, I wish they was funny. Though. That's the thing. Like
Yeah, they
they
weren't
actually,
funny at all. I don't think they
yeah,
were ready for the warm
uh,
welcoming you gave them.
yeah. And I was like,
Threw them
it was
off.
somebody, you didn't want to give me advice. He said, you discriminate against me because I'm a black man. I said, boy, get your ass out in the fields and get my reparations, boy.
Right, right. Go out there, get
Yeah,
my
go out
40
there and get
acres
my
of my
reparations, boy. Don't sass
go
me,
get
boy. Don't sass me.
don't you backsass, don't you back talk,
Don't back
no
talk me,
backsass,
boy.
no backsass, boy. Give me no your back talk.
I was like, man, you're not funny enough. Like, I need a country redneck. I don't need no city slicker shit. Give me somebody
Right,
from the south or some shit. You know what I
right,
mean?
right,
You know,
right, right.
give me a Tennessee white boy or some shit. You know,
Right,
like,
Give me some Putnam County, motherfucker. Can you
yeah,
believe them niggas had a pyramid in there? And they said it was going back to Plan the Rich.
there you go.
Yeah, give me one of them motherfucking white boys.
I need somebody like hell, nigga. Ain't hell no, I ain't getting no goddamn reparations. That's what
Hell
you need some
no,
shit.
nigga, you don't
Yeah.
need no reparation. Shit.
That's YouTube gold. Like, but y'all boring. Y'all some gamers and sitting around circle jerking each
Hey,
other and shit.
Oh, they
Like,
probably came from your gaming channel, your gaming stuff, huh?
nah, they just some weirdos. They see
They
civil
just
rights
trolling,
something
trolling.
live.
Oh,
Yeah, they
right,
see
there it
civil
is.
rights something live. That's
Yeah, the
all.
title drew them out. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
the
had
title.
a uh, we had a Hindu guy. His name was Terrence. I said, "You the first Hindu?" And they shit. I said, "I'm gonna tell Habib on your ass."
Correct. Go
Look,
back and
see, but there go that
run
that
cow.
a
And
cultural
come back to
assimilation.
Pakistan. Because we
Yeah.
don't know around here. Go back to India,
Man,
yeah,
he talking
I'm
like
not
a
You
white.
gonna
saying
He
have to
talking
cow.
like
take
a
this
white boy.
video down. You gonna have to take this video down.
No, I ain't
They gonna
doing
be
nothing
like,
racist.
no, they're gonna be like, see now that's xenophobic right there. Why does he have to sound like Punjab and all that? Why?
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm gonna
okay.
tell them. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got Habib
Oh
up on
shit.
the corner, and Habib cool. I'm just saying, but be Habib. Don't be trying to hang with these racist white. Now you a
Right, man.
Ain't
racist
nothing
white
wrong
boy
with
now.
being who you are.
This is just
He done changed.
jokes.
He done changed his name to
No, I know,
Terrence.
I'm joking.
He talking
Yeah.
like-
Look, but that's that cultural assimilation. I'm trying to tell y'all.
yeah.
Right.
There's that dude at that Indian guy at Howard, that Asian
That's correct.
Indian. Yeah,
If I
he
want to reincarnate, I want to
uh-huh.
reincarnate as Dave Chappelle.
hmm
If I
Yeah.
got to reincarnate.
You gotta
But
do
Dave
the head
Chappelle,
movement too. Gotta do the head movement. You know how they tilt their head to the side. They be like, huh? They be, you ever see them do it? Okay, I have to get an image for you.
but no, you got
Yeah.
several types. So you
Well,
got
this
you
is
got
all.
your arrow.
This is all, guys. This is all comedy and parody. So we're not.
Right, this
We're
is all
not.
parody. This is all parody.
Yeah. So we're not trying to.
Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly.
Yeah.
Nah,
Anyway,
but they came up here talking that shit. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
They came up
Yeah.
here trying to troll on a serious topic. So they deserve the work. We got time
Yeah.
now.
right.
Yeah.
So
We don't need no
as long
Canadian
as you
white
can talk
boys
about all them,
racist.
as long as you don't talk about Sabbatine Frankism or some shit like that, or you talk about the synagogue or something. As long as you don't talk about them, you good. You talk about
Yeah.
everybody else. As
Yeah.
long as you
And
don't
you
get
know
You know, I'm
what?
just saying.
Honestly, real talk, we need to get our shit to that level for real.
Yeah.
For real. Whereas if you mention a Negro spiritual out of turn,
oh
that's
yeah,
your
you go.
ass. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what
yeah.
I mean?
Anti-Defamation League. Oh yeah,
Right.
fuck it.
Right.
And it cannot be
Right.
headed by Jesse Jackson. Please. Cannot be headed
Yeah.
by Jesse Jackson.
Mm.
Bunch of incels done pulled up. That's what it was. I'm like, y'all probably
Come
got
on.
everything. Not the white
Yeah.
guy.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
I'm like, that's why they sitting around doing it. They probably a bunch of MGTOWs and shit. Like,
Oh God, they have ADOS in the title. Oh shit. Oh, and I'm a part of. And funny y'all should mention that in the title. That's why I was enthused to see that because I didn't hit up my Facebook ADOS chapter, whatever, because Yvette, I
Oh,
like Yvette Carville.
okay. Okay. Yes, sir.
Ah, you
Yes,
know me,
sir.
bro. Ah,
Hey, now, well, wait a minute now.
ah,
I figured you was one, but
yeah,
that's what's
that's
up.
right.
She was
Hmm.
live tonight. She was live
I like
tonight.
her. I like her.
Yeah.
She's cool. She's cool. I like her.
hmm and that's the funny thing. I was telling Prime like before this situation with Polite, my YouTube experience was mostly like political education. Like
Right. That was. I
I play
swear.
that and that would
Swear.
get me going. You know what I mean? Like
Thank you.
right. Like I'd be at work playing that in the background, like, yes, what she say? Let's rewind that. Then, pull up a little research or whatever. Like that was
Yeah.
my thing. You know.
Yeah, because I swear this is what I was telling sis the other day. I was on like Dr. Ben and I was
Mhm,
on Dr. Henry Clark and shit like that. And
mhm,
I was on Yvette Carville and a bunch of others. You know what I'm saying? Um, the most that I would get into the mess of the YouTube was Gene Deal type shit. Like, yo, Puff was on some shit. Ooh, Biggie.
mhm.
That was the
Right.
deepest I got into it.
Right.
Then I learned about the beef sector. Ah,
My
God.
God.
And then the black sector and all that. And then I
Mm,
started getting into Sinetta and all that years ago when I thought
wow.
Sinetta was on some real shit. And I used to really be like, okay, I kind of click with this guy. And a lot of folks from where I'm at were like, oh shit, nigga, you listen to Sinetta. Oh shit, nigga, we heard you on the show the other night and shit. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Goddamn. And then Sinetta flipped the fuck out. And then when he
Right.
backtracked and crawfished on Polite, I was like, yo, no,
Done
you
done.
just went hard for this nigga, man. You went on this, you went like, yeah,
Mhm.
baby, Dr. York. Yeah, motherfucker. I got the receipts.
Man,
Got
listen.
more. I know it. I got it all. And then turned around like, yo, that's Polite. Oh, the white
Mm,
Bentley pulls up shit that you never see again. Never.
mm,
Of course, that Bentley he had was rented, but it had the what is those fucking lights in the back, those starlight type or whatever, uh, iridescent type lighting and this shit. It was the newest model type shit, not like
mm.
the shit he living in right now because he's living in his Bentley now. You know, so I had a lot of disrespect for a lot of different areas, and then I got hooked up with three of them, and then they was banging hard on
Mhm.
York, banging hard on
Right.
Psy and them, and I was like, oh, all right, yeah, this is what I'm talking about, because I had been
Right,
kind
right,
of
right.
acclimated, So yeah, I was more like a bedtime. I was on some like, Tariq Nasheed type shit till I was like, yo, nigga, you ain't shit. Then Yvette,
Exactly.
yeah, I was
Right.
there. Right, and
Mhm.
I was into the hidden colors shit. I was like, oh, all right, I like that shit. I thought you was on some shit, and then it was like, nigga, you gotta be on code. You gotta be on code, and niggas, and send me that money, man. I said, oh,
Right. And you a
that's,
greasy Negro. No.
yeah,
No.
you good reason, nigga.
That's an old, that's
Yeah,
an old thing. Oh,
oh, reason,
greasy
nigga.
ass. Yeah.
Yeah, slamming, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nigga leave a
Mhm.
trail when he walk, like old
Mhm.
fucking snail,
Yeah,
Gary the
man.
snail. So I'm like, all right, bet, saw gravy. Then when I saw people that was banging on the scammers, I'm like, I rock with the motherfuckers that bang on the scam.
Hang on, scammers. Right.
Right. I
Right.
rock with them. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
with that all day.
And to be honest with you, I'm gonna say this, and this would be the first and last time I address this. You know what I'm saying? Um, I laugh when folks talk about Masonics and masonry, and hold on, and you'd be surprised what goes on in lodge and what is entailed in lodge. And what I will say, and I'll leave it alone, is that they base a lot of what they do and what is in the mindset of each Mason. Now you got different organizations, because let's say you got, let's take for instance, you got Bloods and Crips. I'm not saying it's a gang because it's far from it, but I'm just using an example. Let's say even within certain Bloods, let's say you got Bloods over here. Ooh, you think that Blood's supposed to be Bloods just because Bloods is Bloods, and everybody gonna be cool because you're Blood, everybody gonna be cool. And oh, boy, listen, all right, well, the Bloods over here, they cool. You got Bloods that bang on each other. You got Bloods that do all kind of old devious shit. You got us motherfuckers that do some piece of shit, right? Now, in every organization, you got a bunch of bullshit, and then you got some piece of shit as well. And nobody puts a person in a situation where you're like, okay, you have to become a part of this international plot to take over the world. Oh, okay, Pinky, no problem. Let's go with it. You know what I mean? So I mean, I be laughing a lot of things I don't address, and I laugh a lot of shit, and then I let other mother hubbers think what they want to think. But you could best believe that you have good and bad in every organization, and every organization is not going to make its individuals or have its individuals conform to this one particular ideology of destroying, killing, maiming, doing satanic type of shit. Nah, that's not nah. So I laugh at a lot of that shit. I ain't gonna even lie, especially being a member of the craft for as many years as I've had. You know, it's always crazy to me because, and I only make mention of that because when I came up, sis was like, "Oh, are you trying to send a message?" Like, oh no, let me get sis by right, but I would do it in a minute, not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, when I was in college, I seen that certain Mason groups didn't like each other, black ones.
Right? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
Like it was I had
I
some
love all
friends. It
my
was
brothers and
Prince.
all of my
It was
brothers love
Prince
us. So,
Hall. Yeah, Prince Hall and what was it? BOD. You ever heard of that one? It was one was real small back in the day. Like, they didn't get along.
well, I'm not even gonna comment. I'm not even gonna comment on that except to say you have different organizations that have their own problems. Each of them have their own different wars, different battles, different agendas, different situations. Each one of those particular individuals knows the real deal. Now, to be honest with you, the only thing that I could see everybody dogpiling on every different jurisdictions is the shit that York was doing up in Tamaray. That shit all the way around is so blasphemous. It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give a damn if it was PHO, 3-letter, 4-letter, 5-letter, whatever the case may be. Whatever jurisdiction, especially.
But everybody
Any
needs to be
jurisdiction
speaking
would
out
look
on it.
at that shit and be like, that is definitely not it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
when you see Polite with a apron on, that shit is as fake as the fact that this nigga has a mansion and is not living in this fucking bed. That shit is faker than the fakest shit, faker than the fakest and the fakest and the fakest shit. That right there ain't even considered nowhere near Mason. But people look like, oh, look, Bryce Mason. Oh, he's Mason. I mean, we can see him, Jay-Z and Mason. Them niggas part of the Illuminati. Man.
Yeah, we gotta get our fucking priorities together. I don't even
Right.
understand how
Right.
you look at somebody like polite and be like, oh, and
Yeah,
just like
get your priorities
give
straight,
him
man.
superstar status. It don't make no sense to me. Half the time that nigga open his mouth, it don't make no sense. It just don't.
At all.
Scat.
At all. And since be breaking this nigga ass down. So I love it when Tree be running it because you get a chance to look at how ignorant this cat is, especially for the people in the nosebleed section. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just
Yeah.
it's ridiculous, man. You can smell scam coming off this nigga, man. And years
Right.
ago, he did an interview hollering about, well, I don't care how many women, children, babies, teenagers, you're fucked over and molested and sexually abused. That's still my spiritual
Right.
leader.
You know what be dope is if there was some kind of intro outro with like certain clips, like with a clip of Polite saying that shit, right? So that when people, if they hit her video because his name is in the title, they never heard that. They get that up front. You know what I mean? Just like a clip of all the stupid shit he's ever said. Because when he said that, he already let people know, like he don't give a fuck about somebody. It's
Fact.
yeah, he
You know,
already said it was.
I don't give a fuck
Yeah,
about
yeah.
you.
Especially
York
because
rape
he
you?
got the same inclinations.
York rape
Yeah.
babies?
Right.
I don't care if the most accurate DNA testing that is available at the time has him pinned there to the right. I don't care if they got video footage of this nigga pissing on the little girl, shit, whatever
Look
said.
in the act. Right.
I don't care if a nigga be like, yo, all right, I'm a man, so it'll be hard for me to admit that a man, played with me for real. I mean,
Mhm.
sis, I'm gonna tell you something. That's the hardest thing for a man to admit. You
Mm.
gotta respect somebody, or you gotta look at them as the most deviant person on the planet for them to admit that they've been sexually abused.
Mm.
If you're
Mm.
not sympathetic to that particular conversation, then that says a lot about you.
Mm.
When he was like, yo, man, I don't care. And York did what to you? So, and he did what to children? Oh, and what evidence they got? And whatever. Okay. This nigga is putting me on to the hustle. Because I don't know no better, right? And all I know is the fucking Hotep hustle. All I know is the fucking Tamara Ray shuffle. So this is it. And this shit then brainwashed these broads I got on my team. And this how I eat. So I ain't finna go against that. You show me something better than maybe, yeah, but right now the scam is the shit. So it's like, fuck you, fuck what you're going through. This how I eat. Right now, yeah, I'm living from fucking motel to hotel to fucking little what they call them things there? Them fucking things where you go um
The
little
trailers.
hotels and shit, and they got a little bit of makeshift stove and a mini refrigerator
Oh,
and
efficiency.
shit.
Oh, like the Well, I was gonna call it an efficiency, but that's not it.
Yeah, there we
It's like,
go. That's how the nigga was living, shit. The nigga was back
mm,
and forth traveling like a fucking transit until he
wow.
really got to the dollars. Until Sinetta and them put this nigga on. And to be honest, if you look at all that shit, man, like Pharaoh, Yaseti, all them niggas that surpassed Sinetta, man. And they came through this nigga platform. That's why that nigga so messed up now. And then I hate to say it, but that boy still put that bitch out there, man. He got a picture of him with a big ass herpes bump on his fucking lip, man. That shit was so hilarious. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, I saw that. That was funny.
I said,
Yeah.
wow, look at how they got him. Look at you. Funny.
Yeah.
It's nasty, funny, and some demons, man. They need to be exposed.
They
But
absolutely
that's
do.
why it's so important. That's why it's so egregious when people just ignore, um, like the comment that a certain person made.
Yeah, that's
because
what got my vote.
that's how that
That's what
shit
got me.
started. You would niggas be start they be going around talking that weird talk and stuff like that for years, and next thing you know, you'll find out that hey, this person been doing some real messed up stuff behind the scenes. By the time like it get put out like how Polite did, you know, like
Right. That's why I snapped. The niggas ain't paying
yeah,
attention. You don't hear what this motherfucker saying?
yeah,
You lose your fucking mind. You want to sit up here and protect that? I got
yeah.
Right,
problems with that.
right. Big problems. I'm like, for real? For real, son?
And that's yeah. Don't nobody stand for that bullshit.
Right.
Not no
And we
real
still
nigga.
ain't
Not
even
no
really,
real bitch.
I still ain't really even really pressed it. I'm on some other stuff on the behind the scenes, but as far as that, I'm cryptic, these Negroes would be like, oh, and be throwing out names, throwing out shit. Right now, everybody kind of know what we dealing with, what we're talking about. We will be still giving respect and still kind of being cryptic about it because they don't really want to harp on continuous bullshit. But you got to address it, especially when you see it continuously happening.
Mhm.
You gotta validate your position. You gotta put something in the ether to let it be known. Because the more they see you willing to expose your stomach to be ripped open, that's how much they gonna continue to try to open you up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not finna expose myself and just give you, fair game. But man, these man,
Yeah.
they make it look like you be on some dumb shit for continuing to, and prophesize and analyze dumb shit, you know. But
Yeah. Oh, I want to say, they actually have a newscast about that graveyard I was telling y'all about. I'll
Oh,
play
for
it for y'all.
real?
Yeah, it's real short, so I'm gonna go ahead and play it real quick. But we're gonna
Okay.
get back onto the subject of what these crazy Negroes on YouTube doing.
Cracked crypts and exposed bones. A local historic cemetery raising concerns tonight.
It's a story you'll see only on 5. News Channel 5's Alyssa Hyman spoke to a man with more than a dozen relatives buried there. Alyssa?
Shannon, Robert Miller tells me it's embarrassing to visit Evergreen
I know I got
Cemetery
about 20
and see
people
bones
over there.
exposed. Out of respect for the dead and their families, we've chosen not to show you those images, but can show you why
Yeah,
he's so
you can go
upset.
down there and see somebody bone.
Embarrassing. That's how Robert Miller Jr. describes the conditions at the historic Evergreen Cemetery in West Palm Beach.
I see broken tomb, a headstone cracked.
Miller has more than 15 relatives buried here, alongside some of the city's most influential black citizens.
I have peace and solitude when I come here and just sit on my mother's grave.
Evergreen is on the north end of the city, offering black citizens.
I have peace and solitude when I come here. I see broken tomb.
More than 15.
Let me see. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick.
West Palm Beach.
Damn, why are you doing that? You see my cursor? That's where my family is right there. It's in the white over here.
West Palm Beach.
I see broken tomb, a headstone cracked.
Miller has more than 15 relatives buried here, alongside some of the city's most influential black citizens.
I have peace and solitude when I come here and just sit on my mother's grave.
Evergreen is on the north end of the city off Rosemary and 25th Street. A viewer alerted us when she noticed a crypt with cracks large enough to see bones inside.
When you have people coming to this historical cemetery and they come and see stuff like this, it's embarrassing.
The city of West Palm Beach manages this cemetery along with Woodlawn Cemetery on South Dixie Highway. Miller says he feels like the city pays more attention to Woodlawn and would like to see this cemetery look just as nice.
When people do come to the historical site, at least they'll look at something presentable and not look at bones and all that stuff.
The city says it inspects Evergreen Cemetery 1 to 2 times a month, and the conditions of the crypts and headstones are ultimately the responsibility of the relatives. But out of respect and safety, city workers pour concrete over holes and cracks when it's brought to their attention.
Now, the city of West Palm Beach tells me an inspection is actually scheduled for tomorrow, and they plan to look for the issues we brought to their attention. In the newsroom, Melissa Hyman, WP.
You know that place still look like that.
How long ago was that? You're
That's 2016.
Hell, they don't care.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, it's like New Orleans and South Louisiana. They gotta maintain that shit because it's a, you know, low level, and that's the same way I would assume in Florida as well.
Yeah.
You know, the water table is so they have to maintain, especially after Katrina. Man, there was a lot of shit coming out. Well, it was a mess, but they try to keep shit halfway decent. But
They don't like no. The thing is that particular plot of land is on a hill. And see, hills in Florida are very rare. They don't like the fact that that's the best piece of real estate in the South. One of the best pieces of real estate in South Florida is like a few acres too, and black people claimed it.
So this what they doing. Have you ever watched the episode of the Boondocks when the guy Ed Asner's character?
No, I never. I haven't. I'm not a big Boondocks fan.
Oh God, what an episode was this? He bought a he bought a restaurant. And the restaurant was called the Itis, where it was the granddad, which was you see the two little black guys on there, on the Riley and the other little joint, Freeman, the granddad, which was John Witherspoon's character. He had a restaurant, and the restaurant, first of all, it was a coffee shop where they had a lot of Java type shit, and like we get this smoking latte, and we did this and we did this. It turned into a high end eatery where he was making shit like a donut with burger and cheese, this and blah blah blah,
Luther,
and then ribs on top of the hamburger, and then coleslaw, and then macaroni and cheese, and this is and folks was eating it up. Then they bought beds into the motherfucker because motherfucker was the food was so good and so fucking filling that motherfuckers would fall asleep. So they set up beds. All right, now motherfuckers was turning into fiends, going, man, I'll do anything for some of your food, granddad. Well, he gentrified the spot. The whole idea was to get the restaurant, flip it from some other shit because the property across the street was some property that they wanted to buy. So if they devalued the property by turning it into a drug-infested dumbass area around here because some shit started up and that property is more important than they wanted, then he could buy up the property cheap. So this is what we have here. Motherfuckers trying to buy up the property, prime property, that they know is prime property, cheap. So hell, we don't give a fuck about keeping it up and making it look pristine and making it look, and plus, that's for them niggas. We don't want that, all them niggas being around that. Oh, hell no. Well, yeah, so that's what it's all.
You already know, yeah.
That's the whole thing. So they're not going to run it because they're going to devalue it and keep devaluing it. And like, oh, we'll come in and we'll handle it, but we'll take it over and we're going to purchase this and then we're going to flip it. And then they're going to dig up all the bodies out of there. But you got to be mindful of that because your people are buried there. So this is what's going to happen, but it may not happen in generation. It may happen in the next generation for your children, your children's children. And then that white boy be like, well, granddad back in 2021 was trying to get this shit on point and we finally got it done.
Right. Like that's why you do it. You know?
Yeah, they got a couple of acres on the hill that's very rare in Florida. That's what they don't like.
Right.
I wish that I could have had this video. There was a guy that he actually got the spirituals recognized as a national treasure. He was doing these videos and he happened upon an old African burial site, just like accidentally. right? He was doing a video about burial sites, and one of the caretakers told him that we planted periwinkle so that it as a marker. So if you see periwinkle growing, there might be a possibility of a gravesite. So he's driving and he looks over and he sees periwinkle. He pulls over and he's like, "Oh my God, this might be a gravesite." And meanwhile, like the overpass is like a highway. You know what I mean? It's like all built up around and over. So he called some people and brought them in there to excavate. And it was an old African burial site. That man was in tears. He was in tears to find that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and we use that plant as a forget me not, right? I think I was telling you this, Prime. What's phenomenal about that is if you look at the modern science on that, like the scientific literature, they use it for Alzheimer's. They use this plant to help people with Alzheimer's, and our people knew to plant that as a forget me not. How the how would we know that if we didn't already have some kind of sense of, spiritual knowing and understanding about plant medicines? How would we even know that? They like to say we came here with nothing, that Native Americans taught us our spiritual practices, our healing practice, all that bullshit. Like we didn't have a
They had
relationship
it's a
with plants.
place where they had it's a place down here where they had a mass burial. You know that movie or that book that Zora Neale Hurston wrote, that I was watching God. Talking about that storm that hit.
Hmm.
Well, most of those bodies are buried right down the street from that cemetery. And what they did was, you know, it was like a potter's field for a long time. So what they did was they put these humongous trees. They got a newscast about it. I'll let y'all see it. Before they actually, the city didn't recognize it even as a mass grave until like the 90s, like the late 90s. You know what I'm saying? And like you could literally go down there, like people from my father's generation,
Hmm.
you could literally go there. They actually put a sewer plant on top of it. You know what I'm saying? Like a small
Damn.
sewage plant on it, and then parts
Mm-mm.
of it you could find bones like just outside, human bones and shit.
Mm.
So just showing you just how they, you know, they don't even recognize a nigga in even in the afterlife a lot of
In the
times.
afterlife, right, right, not in
Yeah.
death.
91 years ago this week, the storm of 1928 made landfall in Palm Beach County, leaving thousands of people dead and hundreds without a proper burial. Instead, a mass
Failures.
gravesite was made in West Palm Beach. That's where we find WPTV News Channel 5's Jillian Idle live with how people in the community.
And my grandfather was here at the time, and what they did was the white people forced them by gun to put those bodies in those mass graves, and they said they wanted to separate the blacks from the whites with the bodies, and they told them, say, you got how they did it, talking about look at the hair. You know what I'm saying? The bodies was unrecognizable. You know what I'm saying? So they looked at the corpse's hair to determine whether they're white or black. If they were black, they went to the potter's field. This is the potter's field here.
Are honoring and remembering the victims. Jillian?
Tanya, well, you can see behind me things are now starting to wrap up here in this area off 25th Street and Tamarind Avenue. But this is the gravesite where 674 victims were laid to rest after that hurricane in 1928. Now, to honor and remember all the lives lost today, a memorial was held
Yeah, those
here
trees in
with
the
a
front of that place, they're
wreath-laying
huge.
ceremony. Now, most of the victims from the storm were migrant farm workers and at the time didn't receive a proper burial, instead being taken here. Now, people in the community don't know all their names or their stories, but do say it is important to be out here today.
It gave me some hope to let people know that, this is something that really, really happened in our community, and it could very well happen again. We just went through Dorian, and we saw the damage that Dorian caused on the Bahamas, and that can definitely happen here again. So we just always want to make certain that we remember and stay prepared.
Also, this site is listed on the U.S. National Register of Historical Places and is open to the public for anyone who ever wants to stop by here and pay their respects. Live right now in West Palm Beach, Jillian Idle, WPTV News Channel 5.
What you got to say a bit, Todd?
I just said, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm warming up some ribs, some rice dressing, some baked beans. Yeah.
Damn, but you could eat. You could have get it in this time of night.
You got that. See, you don't partake in situations that I partake of. So I got the munchkins, like they say on Fred Sanford. I got the munchkins.
And I just got my appetite back, man.
But the thing is, I did a soup. Oh my God, Brian.
Yeah.
My wife is just in here fixing some soup. I did a soup today, so good. Oh shit. I did a vegetable beef soup. I did this brisket though. Oh shit. That motherfucker was so good. Oh God.
Damn, y'all eating good as fuck tonight. Saida got goddamn lamb and macaroni and cheese. What the hell?
Come on. Mm.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. And I saw some lamb today. I saw some lamb today in the store. I started to get it.
A bit Ty, what you got? What you got going on over there? Like everybody over having these gourmet meals but me.
I know, right? No, I ain't got no. I mean, I did make some spaghetti and I used lamb. I used some ground lamb. So that's,
Oh, wow. I never had it with lamb. I never had spaghetti.
Oh, it's really good.
Wow.
It's really good. That shit's almost gone. So I'm a.
We just got over whatever I had.
Saida just made me have to go and get that lamb. I'm going to buy. I saw some ground lamb today. Now I'm going to get it tomorrow. I promise you. I'm going to get it. Jesus, man.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to be rude, so I'm going on mute.
Just tease us,
Yeah. Yeah, but before the state actually recognized that as a historical place, they had looked like someone went on that over in that field because it's like on a hill too, to a certain degree. They planted these huge, humongous trees. These be big ass trees, look like something out of a fairy tale. When I was a kid, that set over that place. They cut most of them down. He left a few in the front.
I hope this thing holds up.
I hit a plate.
Oh. I'm gonna go on mute.
I thought you. I'm like, God damn, like y'all around here eating good. I know you.
I know what you really. You're not supposed to eat late like this, but I'm hungry. I mean, I don't know. Let's see.
And y'all making me hungry. I started my intermittent fasting, so after 7 o'clock, I bet you.
Oh, that's good that you're fasting.
Whatever I had last week fasted the hell out of me. Shit.
Oh.
I had
I just got my involuntary fast.
I just got my appetite back though. I looked in the, getting out of the shower and looked in the mirror, hey, trim me up, shit. So,
looking good.
Thank God, I mean, to struck a couple of poses and shit, You know,
Lord.
Let me
I mean,
find
it was
out.
a
You
hard
whipped out
price
your
to
camera,
play.
didn't you? You did, didn't
Let
you?
me
You
find
got
out.
pictures. Mm.
Say what?
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
you got
and I ain't
pictures.
sending it to none of y'all YouTubers. I don't need to be blackmail shit.
Look, don't put your
I went
face
over
in
there
it.
to check out what Craig was talking about, but I couldn't I didn't see the weirdo, no, I just seen that in the chat, but I was like, what is going on? But it was a lot. I have to really watch that through
Yeah,
on
you gotta
my
go back.
own.
You gotta go back. You gotta go look at it.
Yeah, but he been
Especially,
popping up in places trying to get some kind of relevancy, and you know.
But
no, he
y'all
was
was
he,
at
he paid his
the argument league first, right? Because Tree was over there, right?
No, Tree came through Kev Gills, and then they was all over there because Suge and Kev and all them. It was all mods
Wait,
and Kev.
Suge?
Still good careful to have something going on.
But then they fell out. A lot of the mods fell out with Kev, and Tree came from all of that fallout from the Kev Gills situation. And she don't really like dealing with them Negroes right now. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really watch Kev anymore.
Oh no, because
I used to.
I was red balling back and I seen that Tree was up there for a minute. So I was like, okay. But that
Oh,
wasn't much of a conversation. I was red.
wait a minute. You talking about tonight? Cece was in her shit?
Nah,
Oh, Nandy?
I think she just talking about argument league.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh,
Yeah, I
viewed
don't
her
think
today.
she was. I mean, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know what people
I
be
don't think
looking at. Like, I
CC
know.
be
I know.
swirling
Yeah, I
like
know.
that.
Since they're going over Nandy,
Yeah,
not the comment in the chat, but Nandy fell out with Suave for some reason. She was going in on him, man. She was going in. I just sat back and I ain't say nothing. I said, I
yeah.
ain't in it. I ain't in it because
My name is Bennett. I ain't in it, right?
my name is Bennett. I like Suave. You know what I'm saying? I'm my dog.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, whatever they did or whatever, I'm sure it can be worked out. But at this point, the way Nandy was going in, it's going to be a minute before they work that out.
Yeah.
I'm talking about full bowl. Like, fuck argument league.
I know that chick.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over that argument
I don't
league.
even know. That's why
I've
I
been too
understand. That's why
fucking busy on my own. I've been having my own shit going
I
on.
stayed out of it, my little
So,
bro. I stayed out of it. I said, I ain't finna get into this one.
sometimes
Already.
I just go and what'll happen with me is you'll see me like pop up in places and now you see me say hello to people, but I don't be knowing what's going on with niggas.
Yep.
You
I
know,
say hello.
that's what I joke.
They
You
ain't
know
say
what
nothing to
I'm
me.
saying? Like if
When
you
you
see
bought,
me, you see me certain places, don't assume that I'm part of the drama and I'm like swirling and all. I've been dealing with my own
real
immediate
talk.
situation lately, so
Ain't got time for it, little bro.
don't assume Octavius is trying to get into some shit that
Over there
he ain't.
swirling, brother. You swirling? That's what
Well,
you're
I'm
doing.
just saying, like I just be passing
Yep.
through sometimes in places and just say hello to people. Like I ain't.
Like I just say
I
he's
got
swirling.
I got two people that I can say that's like an enemy. That's it. Other than that, I ain't got no. I ain't Octavius ain't one with nobody, man.
Mm.
You know, and y'all know who those people are. I make my shit public. I'm not a, you know, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I make my shit more than public. If I'm fucking, if I don't like your ass, I'm gonna say shit. I don't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But I mean, y'all have y'all wars with the argument lead versus this
Yep.
person, that person, and and shit like that. Y'all do y'all thing, man.
Yeah.
No.
I'll leave that right there, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I had come in too.
Yeah.
Cause I thought something in my spirit said, she was in your home page. What, little woman? Oh Lord, now my wife got me getting up around you. Jesus Christ. Oh Lord. Hold on, let me see what Miss Belton wants, y'all. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I want me to put you on mute. Oh, you got it. Yeah, but yeah, Terry don't be knowing what the fuck be going on with y'all niggas, man. You know what I'm saying?
You a bold faced lie. You a lie. You be knowing what's going on.
I don't. People be,
Mm.
like people listen. People be like, Octavius, so and so be going on over so and so. And they got so and so going on. Why? Because so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so. And then it's like, shit. Oh, that's and then sometimes I just be like, that's fucked up. And then I forget
Right.
about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm be honest with y'all. Shit.
But you know
I
the
be
thing
nice.
is,
You know?
bro.
I don't be fine like a lot of times it ain't something that you could easily explain a beef to me. I'm like, okay, we just sound them niggas just want to beef and have like they just want to have fun, you know. So
Cause you know we like playing the dozens. See, folks
yeah,
act like they just that like this shit just started. Like niggas just started roasting, niggas just started wilding out.
yeah,
Nah, man, we been doing this. You know, street
yeah.
corners, in the gym,
Mm-hmm.
at your house. You know what I'm saying? Listening to Dolomite.
Yeah.
So, a lot of Negroes like that shit. They like that energy. They don't give a damn if you right or wrong. The whole idea is to stir up some shit. Okay? A lot of these niggas get on YouTube and forget that fact. And then a lot of folks take this serious. And then a lot of folks get upset when you go in somebody else's chat. Oh, why you was over there? Oh, I don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be going over there. Well, I'm going over there because I want to see what they talking about. They might be talking about
Yeah.
come and blow up my damn house. But because you listen, you know these niggas crazy as hell. You don't let they liable to let anything come out their mouth. Nigga might say some shit that'll get you messed up, just like with your situation, Prime. You was
Yeah.
like, listen, man, I work in an industry and I work in an environment that I can't have all this YouTube shit mess up the way I make my money. That's
Mm-hmm.
understand. Because
Yeah.
when you buy your phone and you subscribe to YouTube, YouTube shouldn't interfere with your personal life. You niggas are letting too much of this YouTube shit interfere with their personal life.
Yeah.
And a lot of these niggas is running that YouTube beef because they really ain't shit in their real life. They ain't got nothing going on. They wish they could start some mess on their block, but they can't. So the nigga want to start messing the YouTube blocks and make them feel good.
Exactly. That's the
They can,
truth.
they
That's
can
the truth.
hide behind them damn keyboards and them avatars and put up this
Mm-hmm.
crazy ass thumbnail. This social media is giving you a bigger voice to be able to spread more of your poison, your venom around the country. Instead of just being the nigga on your block that's messy, now you're able to stir up shit all across the country and get views because of it. These niggas be on some real stupid shit, man. And
Yeah.
I'm amazed at a lot of it. And because of the nigga that's with the shits in me, be like, oh, okay, I don't mind a good scrap. You know, I don't mind a good fight. And then
They
I
don't
don't mind
fight with you,
defending
right?
myself.
That's the thing. They don't fight. They'll like they don't do the proper fighting. That's the thing, man. It'll be different. Like you can actually just like okay, go back and forth. But what happens is you get people that I swear to God, they're like they just with the shits, and then what they do is they just start streaming on the goddamn microphone. You know what I'm saying? And just or just start cursing and just start streaming. They not even good at joking. You know, they're not even good at just making creating scenarios, parodies, nothing like just and
Right.
it's just like, damn, you just wasting time, man.
Right.
Like when I faced off with your boy, it was just like, you know, the talking points were just ragged. His talking points was fucked up. He tried to make these jokes that was like non sequitur, non relative. You know what I'm saying? And it was just like, and it was just like, I'm like, bro, you are out. You like, I'm like, not even understanding. Like, you're literally out here. You labeled yourself a predator. You know what I'm saying? From your own words. Like, regardless of what you play of any audio that you may think you may have of me, you have labeled yourself a predator. Right? Not even understanding the consequences of what they've done. So, like, you're just dealing with a lot of people that are just like, you know, degenerate and, like they shouldn't be paid attention to. That's just the truth.
At
That's why,
all.
like, that's why I didn't like tonight. That's why I didn't even mind just doing a boring, even if it was a so-called boring live or whatever. It'll grow in time, and we'll get more professional with charts and putting things up and getting more into the what we're gonna do, and be known for more like putting out great content that's constructive.
Right.
Even
You're going
even the
to be doing
origins,
things.
like, yeah, the actual origins of this video that we did from the start, we had white supremacists pull up. You know what I mean? So like, if white supremacists ain't pulling up to your shit, you ain't doing a goddamn thing.
Right. Absolutely.
You feel me?
That is a fact.
Yeah,
That is a
you
fact.
ain't did shit. So it's just
Right.
like, it just go to show that we on the right path. We actually got the proper knowledge and everything, like our terminologies and stuff. Like, we may not agree on the ADOS thing, you know what I'm saying? But moniker or hashtag. But the thing is, this is the right direction to go as far as consciousness moving forward. And also how we just showed, like, I just educated you guys on black historical places within my own culture and my own family, from my hometown and all that. And it's just
Right.
like real history that can be known. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's people going back, and like those people that in that graveyard are the founders of South Florida. Period. You know what I'm saying? The founders. The buildings that you see, some of the oldest, some of the most historical people in the black community are in that graveyard from South Florida. You know what I mean? So like it just, these are things that need to be preserved and put out, just not just some, oh, we're gonna get some tomb of a nigga like 7,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Their bodies is not even a body no more. That shit is just dust. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Held together pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And you can't even call that a corpse at a certain point. You know what I'm saying? So, we're talking about real ancestors, real culture, uh, real things that can impact your life financially instead of just a bunch of just nigga shit. And so we can, like, me and Big Time get on some nigga shit better than probably anybody out here. You know what I mean? But we trying to bring y'all the good. And you see the opposition, the real opposition pulled up, you know what I'm saying, impacts because of what we talking about. So, you know, when that started happening on other channels, then I give it more respect. But we just started this shit. This is the first show that we actually had a chance to be relaxed and actually try to do something constructive. You know what I'm saying? And we only gonna get better.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We only gonna get better. Because I'm gonna even do more of an expose on that graveyard. You know what I'm saying? Because it's something that need to be known. It's because for my generation, I may be one of just a few people that's young as I am that have the amount of knowledge to talk on who may be there in that graveyard, the importance of it. You know what I'm saying? The founders of South Florida. Because South Florida is pretty much founded by uh free African or from like Seminole, like from Seminole runaway slaves that was
Mm-hmm.
part of the Seminole tribe, African Americans, other African Americans from like places like Georgia, North Carolina, Mississippi. There's a huge population of like the people that live out in Belgrade and the Everglade areas. They may, for whatever reason, a lot of them from Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? They originally from like 100 years ago. So you have a lot of them um, that are still there from that, like from like I say, Eyes Without Your God, Zora Hurston writings and stuff like that. That what the Glades is, and so it's a lot of history like that where I can help capture and help explain. Like there's even stories about the 28th storm, where it was a family. They survived by holding on to the rafters of a roof that was upside down, that was being flown in the air and shit from the air. They was literally flying in the fucking air, you know what I'm saying, on a roof, you know. And so it was a lot of incredible stories and things that happen, within our own culture. And these are the kind of things we need to start preserving as a conscious community, instead of just start talking about a whole bunch of foreign shit, you know. And
Yep.
this is
Well,
what I want to bring. You know what I'm saying? This is what I want to bring in. I'm bringing a different. I want to bring a different perspective. You know what I mean? Like, I have my own classical ideology that identifies with a lot of brothers in particular. But there's other teachers out there that are way more astute than me that can teach that better than me any given day, right? So, you know what I mean? I want to start talking about the American Negro and their contribution and their culture and
right.
their importance. And a bit Ty is on the same frequency as me on that, if not more. You feel what I'm saying? So, it's a great combination, great team, and it's only gonna get better.
Right.
Mhm. The bit Ty, you ain't go to sleep on me, did you?
I'm here. I'm fading though. All
Yeah,
right, I
but
ain't. I can't even lie.
well, you go ahead and get you some sleep then. Me and Craig hold it down for a little bit, and I'll close it out. Oh, Craig don't
Oh,
want
look,
shit.
he going now.
I know, right?
Saida, you going back up?
Yeah, it's a roadmap for our improvement because, man,
Mm-hmm.
our ancestors did a lot more than what we doing. You know what I mean? Like they were building houses from scratch,
Mm-hmm.
apartment complexes. You know what I'm saying? Um, and left lots and lots of land. You know what I mean, to their children. And so, like, we got to start looking at how valuable and upwardly mobile even our ancestors were 100 years ago. It's actually inspiring when you start looking at it. Because we think that it was just nothing but poverty and shame, but that's far from the truth.
I think what you're gonna do with that cemetery is
Hmm.
gonna be really dope. I could see, like you were saying, you could turn it into different. You could spin off from that, couple different things, couple
Oh
different
yeah,
topics. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
That's gonna be dope.
yeah. So like, and I want people to kind of replicate what we're doing. You know what I mean? Moving forward, it'll be a new form of it's actually a origin story of a new form of consciousness within the Black conscious community.
Mm.
You know, because I don't think this has really been like um talked about. You know what I mean? Like, and I know you on the spiritual systems and stuff. Um, in our culture, you know more. You're expert on that, and it'll bring a lot more
Expert.
value. I would say expert, but you're learning. You know what I'm saying? But you're learning everything. You actually have value on it, right?
Mm,
But you're learning more about your own culture, your own the own way of looking at things spiritually. Even the way that our ancestors looked at the Bible. You know what I mean? Um, even some of the folklore that we had prior to um, even the folklore coming out of slavery that was
mhm,
influenced by slavery.
mhm,
Um, like I didn't even know about there was some kind of like epic story of John the Conqueror. I didn't know who he was. You know what I mean? I think I heard of it before,
mhm.
but what I mean, like there's a lot of stories within our own culture that we just don't we're forgetting about daily.
Right.
And you know, I mean, this life was kind of like done in a way that was out of the blood. But I'm glad that we did it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like a improv, but I'm glad that we did it because it's, what I'm saying, got me more warmed up on the subject matter and moving forward. You know what I'm saying? And I see that y'all responding very well to it. So we're just not gonna be here just talking about ADUS in a way of trying to make people alienated and shit. You know what I'm saying? And if as other cultures shouldn't even feel that way, right? Because they have
Right.
their own value system. They value who they are, and we should the same. And that's
Mhm.
the end of the story. So in order to prove that value, we have to start looking within our own communities and our own family lines, our own traditions that we have here, and not be ashamed of African American culture because it seems kind of coonish or negro, just too niggerish or whatever. And we want to go
Mhm.
off and find some new shit. You know what I'm saying? That we really don't have no true spiritual connection to,
Right.
or
That looks
finding spiritual.
sexy, but we ain't really
Yeah.
got no grounding in. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Shit, you don't know what spirits you bringing on when you do that shit. Just be honest. You
Oh
know.
my God, that's facts. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, but how did the Bucks win though? But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close it out. I know everybody gets sleepy and everything. Um, if anybody want to come up, what I'm saying, I'll probably be on for the next 5 minutes. Let's see, we got 10 people in the chat. So people
Oh,
watching.
there's 10 people.
That's what it's saying.
Y'all hit that like button if you haven't. This was cool. Thank you for pressing forward with it.
Oh
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. Them people that tried to start that was just nothing but a distraction. Like shit, we finna start a whole new branch of black consciousness around here. You feel me and you? Shit. You know what I mean?
I don't
Like
know.
fuck.
I don't know. It ain't. It may not. It may not have enough shiny wheels. Niggas like shiny shit, shiny new shit. Maybe some people ain't gonna be feeling it. I don't know. It's all good though. I'm here for it.
Well, don't doubt yourself. Shit. You know. I'd rather
You
I'd
got
rather
you
be a
too,
I'd rather
Saida. And Craig too.
yeah.
She said, "Don't forget me, y'all. We ain't gonna
Yeah.
forget you."
Ain't gonna forget you, Saida.
Well, that's
Craig,
like
same thing.
four. Craig too is. That's four of us, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm talking about like, like just even like the appreciation for it's something that's already there, but I'm just saying like to actually put it to the forefront as a
Mm-hmm.
form of consciousness about who we are, you know what I mean? But I think what it is because there is so much shame in black Christianity, because a lot of our culture is tied to the black church and black Christianity. Let's just keep it real.
Mhm.
What people have done is just thrown away every fucking thing and just went
Right.
and adopted some shit, thousands of years ago, supposedly we were connected to, and just threw away all of that history and knowledge in um, folklore within our own community. And it's not to say that some things shouldn't be thrown in the garbage, because yeah, it's a lot of things. For example, my parents grew up in a time, and I was the last child, so my mom was like 75. You um, but they grew up in a time where their grandparents, when they were living, they knew the slave songs from the fields. You know what I mean? And a lot of those songs were, some of them were very liberating. Then there was some of them like pretty much like some shit like it's a slave song. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
And so a lot of their parents, what they did was they made a conscious effort to change up even the music in the church at the time, to get away from being a pickaninny, or
Yeah, that was
sound like
deliberate.
a field
Mhm.
hand, field hand
Mhm.
type singing and shit. And so that's where you get that old form of, when you hear when you go to the church now, that like the music changed a lot in the
Mhm.
40s, 50s, and 60s and stuff from
Yeah.
what it was prior to that, right? That field hand type singing. Some of it survived, but even that, it would be nice to even know about these songs, because what
Right.
would be because these songs would actually give you stories of the oppression, right? That I
Mhm.
and the trauma that our people were going through, if we still had these things archived. And so what we have to do as African Americans is start archiving the good and the bad about our people. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And because it's our history, and then no one's just gonna do it for us. You know what I'm saying?
And
And it,
that's true.
yeah,
That's true. We have to be,
yeah.
this is what I mean by self-interested, you
Hmm.
know? It's like redirecting energies that we're putting out and like building up somebody else's land and culture for real.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
yeah, and,
and
and and
bringing up.
like you say, people may not. This may not be shiny and the hot thing for people, but
Mhm.
I'm willing to do some of the boring work that I can do. Right? Uh,
Facts. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
you gotta. Well, it,
I
it
wouldn't say
it has to
boring
move
work, but
you,
I wouldn't even call it boring. But I'm willing to do the work to preserve my
right?
heritage, right?
Mm-hmm. And
And
you have such a rich heritage, bro. Like when I hear you talk about your lineage and some of the things your family has done, I'm like, yo, this brother's sitting on like a gold mine of information. A lot of people don't have that kind of, they don't have those memories, right? Like you talked about your grandmother's pot that she got a what she got a it's like a cast iron
oh
something that
yeah,
about.
I got my great grandmother's wash pot,
Yeah.
going back damn near to slavery and shit
Mhm.
on both sides. Yeah,
You
both
sound
sides.
like you could low key have some kind of local museum, you know?
Oh yeah, well it's my uncle, my oldest uncle, he lives in my grandmother's house now, and that's pretty much a museum. You know,
Yeah, it
that is a
sound like
museum.
y'all
Yeah,
got some things
yeah.
you could,
That's what it is.
yeah.
That's what a wash pots are.
Mhm. But
Yeah.
something like that, there may be some um funding, in terms of like preservation, right? Like the
Hmm.
Historical Preservation Society. There are a lot of them in different states. You might have one in
Yeah.
your area that you can just kind of plug into and just, get some of your people stuff
Hmm.
documented. I mean, it sounds like y'all are already completely documented, but like, if your grandmother's great grandmother's house is a museum, like let's let's get on turning it into one officially. You know what I
Well, it's my
mean? Not
grandmother's
to
house.
displace
My
anybody,
grandmother's
but
house. She was born in 1913.
mm,
and she is one of the last children. For whatever reason, like I'm like the last of the last. We all like
Mm-hmm.
last. So it's kind of like I'm older. My grandfather's born. Both my grandmothers born in 1913, and then my one of my grandfathers was born 1895. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so yeah.
and that you have the dates. You know, that
Hmm.
type of stuff's important. And I know that it's not for everybody, right? But like
Yeah.
spirit will help you figure out like, what your road is on this
Hmm.
thing. If you're listening.
Yeah. Well, we just got to start preserving our own history, and I'm gonna see if I can get some of them old stories for y'all from my uncles and aunties and things
That'd
of that
be really
nature.
dope. See,
Yeah.
I'm interested in like the herbal stuff as it relates to all of that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like even the fact about periwinkle. And now, when you research periwinkle and slavery, they have all these little initiatives now around that. I'm telling you,
Hmm.
that came from that brother's, and he took them videos down or he made them private. I was sharing them, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's probably gonna do something with it. Maybe turn it. If he ever turns that into a documentary, I'm definitely buying it because I just think that it's just such a, it's a piece of history and knowledge we need to have and share and continue to share with each other.
Yeah. Well, they also use trees as grave markers too. Like I said, at that cemetery, well, it's not even
Look,
before it was
they
declared
used
as.
quartz. They used pink quartz, rose, what we call rose quartz,
Hmm.
not diamonds, but rose quartz for as identifiers for children. When I found that
Oh.
out, I was like, whoa. So then now, so check it. Now we dealing with, now we can bring in some of the conscious, some of that new age conscious stuff. Like a lot of this new age shit, people's is just now getting onto. Like our folks was utilizing crystals for grave markers, and that makes sense. We were the one toiling the soil, right? Like we were tilling the land. So of course we're gonna
Hmm.
come up against that,
Yeah.
right? Tilling the land and going deeper and burying our own in the dirt. We had to
Yeah.
bury our people. So with that for me, I was like, what? Rose quartz um should be associated, like, if you're doing any spiritual work, like in Brazil and their spiritual systems, they work with something called the crianças, which means the children, the little
Hmm.
people. Yeah, I'm sure we have stuff dedicated for the children in our spiritual practices. I'm sure. But like that
Hmm.
kind of information can be gold for people. You know what I'm saying? Like it depends on, where your interests lie and if you can see it. Like you was talking about High John earlier.
Hmm.
Did you read that thing?
I haven't read. I haven't read. I haven't read it yet.
Okay,
I
there's
haven't
a
read it
piece
yet.
in there where it's talking about High John, but so they pull from Zora Neale Hurston's accounts and stories about High John. And the fact that, we have her, right? Who was a writer, a folklorist, telling our stories, right?
Hmm.
Through folklore. But when I read stuff like that, I see something completely, I'm like, wait a second. This is real. And then once I start getting into the science,
Hmm.
it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like, serious, man, that's okay. We can't
Well,
stray.
we
I'm not
yeah
gonna
we
stray
want to give
that.
them enough. That's all we talking about another
Yeah.
show right now.
Hmm.
So let's not give them too much. It was just a warm up. You know.
Yeah, just yeah, yeah. Mm-mm.
Yeah. For a nigga be like, oh, you know what? You know what I'm saying? Nigga gonna so do like 3 or 4 live streams on what you just said in the last 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't came up with this shit. They good for that now. You know. So we're gonna go ahead and close it out. And I thank everybody for coming out tonight. Um, we we was positive for the most part. The ops pulled up, the real ones, not not the coons. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
You
Saida,
know,
we appreciate you.
yeah. Appreciate you, Saeed, for being here, being a soldier. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And we also for the white supremacists pulled up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, come on back. But next time just go to the chat, help the views. Make sure you like and subscribe if you listen to the clouds. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at some point you have to pay for all of this, so you know, I guess you would have to. It would just be beneficial to you to just listen and learn. You
Mm.
know, so
Mhm.
thank you, Craig, for pulling up, and whoever's listening to the clouds and everything like that. And just a show to prove that me and a bit tired can get on a level, and actually we really do care about educating the people for real. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you so
Good
much for showing up. You got anything else to
night,
say?
everybody. Nah, thank you, Craig, for popping up. It was good to see you and hear your voice. And Saida, sis, thank you for rocking with us this whole time and even your input in the chat, giving people something to chew on from another perspective. That's super dope. I'm good. Thanks, Prime. You know,
Hmm.
this is dope.
And we're gonna start doing dual streaming to your channel too. So, and we also got you gotta start like putting your channel in the chat, so we can get some traction over there too.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. All right, thank you everybody for coming out, and I appreciate you everybody again. Gonna be bringing more live streams like this, but it's gonna be even more exciting. We're gonna bring more documentation. We're gonna be doing some real in-depth breakdowns of things, not just on just ADUS. We still with the shits now. You know what I'm saying? So don't think that it's just gonna be boring shows moving forward and shit. You know. But yeah. So that's pretty much it, guys. Until next time, and we're gonna be coming out with something pretty soon too.
Y'all have a good night.